Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a conference where we will focus on the interplay of water and politics. My name is Johannes Tralla. I'm a journalist at Estonian Public Broadcasting, and today serve as your humble moderator. Now, I rarely have the privilege to stand in front of such a remarkable audience. Individuals like you, deeply engaged with environmental issues. Let's be honest, as a species, Homo sapiens is giving people like you a lot of cleaning up to do. Somehow it's in our nature to shape the environment to meet our very egocentric needs. And for centuries, we've been dominating the planet without really much consideration of the well-being of other species. In this region where we gather today, the clash of human interests and our ecosystem's broader balance has been evident for, well, at least a century. The impact of our dominating interests on the local water systems became apparent already 100 years ago when the newly founded Republic of Estonia discovered the very valuable resource in oil shale. Now, regrettably, little thought was given to the byproducts of this resource, which were funneled into the rivers. What became known as Estonia's first environmental catastrophe is a topic that has been one of the priorities of the framework of the project that we gather here for today. Now, today, as the construction of a new oil plant is taking place, also not far from here, we are presumably much wiser. Our environmental standards and knowledge are powered by digital metrics and smart tools, some of which we will discuss in the next hours. Ladies and gentlemen, our day's agenda is broadly divided into 3 sessions, each focus on essential aspects of water management. The first session will delve into modernizing water management through digital innovation, some of the smart tools that I just mentioned, real-time economy, really powerful tools that can help us really know what's happening on spot real time. Now, after a networking lunch, our second session will explore funding opportunities in the water sector. We'll hear about investments for sustainable water management, best practices from 2 Baltic countries, and also insights into SINA's funding opportunities. The session will conclude with a panel discussion leveraging data, knowledge, and finance for sustainable water management. The final session will focus on impactful communication strategies, something very close to my heart as a journalist. A panel discussion will also wrap up this session, exploring environmental education as the cornerstone of water management and how to effectively learn and engage. And I'm really glad that I can spend time during the panel with a colleague of mine who we shared a ride together from Tallinn, who I rarely see for some reason, because we're working on different TV productions. So it will be good to talk to Kristo about his perspective on environmental journalism and what impact has this left on really improving people's knowledge. I'm a big fan of his. Now, the program, ladies and gentlemen, promises to be inspiring, offering the opportunity to learn, share experiences, and to really address the challenges of our time. I encourage you all to actively participate, those of you who are here in this venue, but also those of you who are following us online, either through Zoom or through Facebook. You have the opportunity to shape our discussions by asking questions. Those questions, either you ask them here physically by raising your hand when we open the floor for questions, or questions that you share with us through digital channels will then magically appear on my iPad, and I can make sure to ask them. Now, let's make most of this opportunity that we have here today, and really let's try to drive change forward. You also have an opportunity to take part in a scavenger hunt, an important little treasure hunt thing that you can also access via Slido. You see the keyword is here. You can either use your smartphone to scan the QR code or enter the keyword CleanEST. Now, during the break, you will have the opportunity to read and answer questions online. There's a collection of questions, of course, related to the CleanEST project. And between the people who answered correctly, we will draw 3 names, and those happy people will be awarded with LIFE IP CleanEST project gifts. The game ends at 4 o'clock, so be sure to use the lunch break to play along. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the intro remarks from my side, and to kick off our conference, I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to the Mayor of Narva, Mr. Jaan Toots.
Dear guests, one of the biggest political problems is Narva. We must learn to speak Estonian, and I can do it. Head konverentsis osavõtjad ja külalised. Narva linnapeana mul on hea meel tervitada teid sellel pööralisel konverentsil, mis keskendub veemajanduse mõjule otsuste tegemisel. Sooviksin väljendada oma erilist vastuvõttu meie külalistele välismaalt. Veemajandust peetakse sageli tähelepanuta jäetud utiiliks. Sellele on mitu põhjust. Erinevad prioriteedid vastavalt kohalikele vajadustele, teadmiste või aja puudumine paremaks analüüsiks ja rakendamiseks, halb rahastamine. Kuid me kõik teame, et varem või hiljem peame võimendama oma ressursside tähtsust ja rakendama nende arukat haldamist.
Mayor of the city, of Narva City, is delighted to welcome you to this landmark conference focusing on influence of water management and decision-making. He would like to extend his special welcome to our guests from overseas. Water management is often seen as an overlooked utility. There are several reasons for that. Different priorities according to the local needs, lack of knowledge or time for better analysis and implementation, poor funding. However, we all know that sooner or later we need to leverage the importance of our resources and implement their smart management.
Vee kättesaadavus on riigiti ja linnati väga erinev. Linnad ei saa olla jättusuutlikud, kindlustamata usaldusväärset juurdepääsu veele. Loomulikult on vesi kui ressurss Narva linnal väga oluline. Meil on Narva jõgi, veehoidla, isegi kohalik väike Veneetsia. Seal on 55 000 kohaliku inimese jaoks, pluss tuhanded linnakülalised, suur hulk ettevõtteid, kes tarbivad vett igapäevaselt. Ka kohalik ökosüsteem vajab vett. Erinevalt mujalt Eestist Narvas kasutame peamiselt pinnavett, sest põhjaveevarud ei ole piisavad. Me seisame juba silmitsi veeprobleemidega, mida me kiirusta tunnistama. See asjaolu paneb mind mõtlema, et meil on aeg lõpetada, analüüsida ja ümber mõelda Narva veemajanduse tulevik, et aeglustada veevarude vähenemist ja selle kvaliteedi halvenemist. On aeg võtta vastutus oma igapäevaste otsuste eest ja teha teadlikke valikuid. Täna tahaksin rõhutada, et kõik me oleme vastutavad parema veemajanduse ja targema tarbimise eest.
Water availability varies widely between and within countries and cities. Cities cannot be sustainable without securing reliable access to water. Of course, water is a resource, is highly important for Narva City. We have Narva River, reservoir, and even our local tiny Venetia. There are 55,000 local people and thousands of city guests, big number of enterprises who consume water daily. Local ecosystem needs water too. Differently from other parts of Estonia, in Narva we mainly use surface water, as groundwater resources is not enough here. We already face water problems we don't want to hurry up to admit. This fact makes Mayor think that it is time for us to stop, analyze and rethink the future of water management and Narva to slow reduction of water resources and determination of its quality. It is time to take responsibility for our daily decisions and make deliberate choices. Today, the mayor would like to stress that all of us are responsible for better water management and wiser consumption.
Vee ringlussevõtuks ja looduspõhisteks lahendusteks on palju tehnoloogiaid, mida me ikka veel kipume vältima. On kasutamata rahastamisvõimalusi, mida meile iga aastal pakutakse. Meie otsustajate jaoks on olemas nii andmed kui ka avatud andmed ja akadeemilise kogukonna toetus. Meil pole aega andnud tähelepanu pöörata nendele kõikidele küsimustele. Ma tõesti loodan ja usun, et see konverents murrab tõkked, motiveerib ja toetab meid linna ja veeettevõtteid veemajanduse paremiku tuleviku nimel. Ma tänan teid ka Narva linna nimel, et leidsid aega selle tähtsa 2-päevase üritusel osalemiseks. Tänan ka Kliimaministeeriumi ja LIFE IP CleanEST projekti juhte ja teostajaid. Ma tänan teid.
There are many technologies for water recycling and nature-based solutions we still tend to avoid. There are missed funding opportunities which are offered yearly. There is data as well as open data and support of academic community for us, decision makers, we don't have time to pay attention to. The mayor really hopes and believes that this conference will break the barriers, motivate, support us, the cities and water companies for a better future of management, of water management. On behalf of Narva City government, the mayor thanks all of you who found time to be a part of this important 2-day event. And he also would like to express his gratitude to Ministry of Climate and LIFE IP CleanEST project team for running this conference in Narva.
Thank you, and I think my Estonian is good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We now have a special guest joining us virtually. Our keynote speaker comes from the quarters of the European Commission. Veronika Manfredi is the Director for Zero Pollution in the European Commission. Mrs. Manfredi, the floor is yours.
Tere hommikust! It's a big pleasure and really a privilege to be with all of you, dear Estonian colleagues. And I'm particularly pleased because actually I have the opportunity to play a little role in disseminating the findings and the beauty of LIFE projects. We really believe that LIFE projects are pretty extraordinary. You know that this is not the biggest budget of what we manage in the European Commission, but they've proven over the years to be truly catalyzers to enhance the implementation of EU water policies, overcome collaboration barriers, and help us in spreading knowledge. Their popularity and added value have not stopped increasing over the last years. And in particular, the LIFE project, which is at the center of today's discussion in Estonia, has many impressive features in our view. First of all, we are impressed by its significant geographical coverage and ambition. You're covering nothing less than 574 kilometers of water courses and almost 160,000 hectares of coastal water bodies that are all being cleaned up and brought back to life. This will benefit nature, of course, but also very much the Estonian citizens in Ida-Viru and Länne-Viru counties. They will no longer have to suffer from environmental degradation that was the result of long-lasting neglect. Second, I would underscore the very creative efforts which have been done by your partners to go out of their way to constantly communicate with the public and other stakeholders. From what we have seen, they seem to have left no stone unturned. From science cafes, nature evenings, nature camps, permanent and traveling exhibitions, drawing and photo competitions for children and adults, this is a very impressive display of awareness raising that will no doubt ensure the success of the project, bringing all people on board. The initiative today by the authorities, and I salute the mayor who just spoke before me and the colleagues from the Estonian Ministry for Climate and Environment, well, as promoters of this LIFE project, to organize today's international conference event with a focus on water and its interplay with politics is, in our view, very timely. Indeed, next to persistent water quality issues, also a northern, and we tend to see it a little bit rainy and humid country like Estonia, is increasingly facing water quantity issues too. Early summer droughts with heat waves are leading to the fact that in the last 2-3 years, Estonian farmers have seen their harvest decrease by 20-30% compared to previous years. This is not only an Estonian problem. This is a EU-wide concern. And this is why this September, the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, has announced an initiative on water resilience to be delivered by the European Commission in 2024. The upcoming initiative, that we expect to see the light early in the next year, will map the key drivers behind the current water stress and launch a public debate to stimulate bottom-up engagement, very much like your LIFE project is doing with success, to ultimately co-design solutions. What is the goal? The goal is the one of enhancing the EU's collective water resilience as we embrace, with greater determination than ever, the green and digital transition we need to enhance our strategic autonomy and uniquely position our businesses' competitiveness. Indeed, firmly stand behind the ongoing clean energy transition, as embodied in particular by the REPowerEU initiative, as well as by the Net Zero Industry Act tabled by the Commission last March, to scale up the manufacturing of made in the EU clean technologies, including for energy transition. Not later than yesterday, actually, the College of Commissioners adopted a wind power package to sustain the competitiveness of our EU wind power manufacturers, who are heavily dependent right now on raw materials from third countries. Thus, together with the proposal for a European Critical Raw Materials Act and the reform of the electricity market design, it is fair to say that the Net Zero Industry Act and the Green Deal industrial plans are setting out a clear EU trajectory to progressively reduce our collective reliance on fossil fuels, including oil shale. But this green and digital transition that relies on a certain amount of realization of the European Union is made against the background of a triple planetary crisis where climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are closely intertwined and all underpinned by the current unsustainable use of resources, crucially including water. This calls for a systemic transformation of the way water is managed and valued across economy and society, so that, notwithstanding the increasing water stress, we progressively deploy smart, scientifically solid, and environmentally, socially, economically sustainable solutions to secure sufficient availability of good quality water over time, both for past and new needs. Next, of course, to an improved access to water and sanitation for all. This is precisely why in the reform of the Industrial Emission Directive, which is being intensely discussed by the co-legislators right now, we are keen to fix environmental sustainability criteria and innovation support mechanisms to accompany the net zero transformation of all our economic actors and achieve an increasingly circular management of water, notably across the largest industrial processes of the European Union. Better managing our precious water calls for designing solutions in increasing harmony with nature, not against it. This means that water managers will be increasingly called on assisting other administrations and businesses to achieve sustainable growth with the most possible efficient use of water. And this is where I see this interplay between politics and water management that the title of this conference refers to. Here in the European Union, we are lucky to possibly have one of the most robust, sound, encompassing legislation on water management. But it's also good to see that our laws are in constant evolution to cater for the most recent scientific evidence, technological progress, increasing pressures. And it is precisely for that reason that over the last years, the European Commission has proposed the revision, amongst others, of the Drinking Water Directive, of the Industrial Emission Directive, of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, next to having fostered more circular water uses in agriculture with the brand new Water Reuse Regulation. Very importantly, it has proposed a landmark piece of legislation, the Nature Restoration Law, which, if uptaken by the co-legislators, could bring us so much forward in securing that green storage of water on which our planet relies by design. With its all-encompassing approach, trying to deploy an economy that works for both people and planet, the European Green Deal and the multi-annual financial framework underpinning it entail multiple funding tools and mechanisms that can help for better management too, water management too. I think, amongst others, of the 13 billion euro from regional funds and of the 12 billion euro from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which have already been specifically deployed for investments related to water management across the EU, next to additional funding for research from Horizon Europe and so many other funds. I also think of the massive work carried out under this college mandate under the so-called sustainable finance work strand to secure that over the next years we manage to mobilize more and substantial private money in support of truly greening our economies and creating new jobs linked to sustainable growth, inevitably linked to sustainable water management as well. We are also consolidating all our monitoring frameworks on zero pollution, biodiversity, circular economy, next to climate mitigation and adaptation, to become increasingly better in mapping our distance to target, visualizing it, having regard, of course, to the overarching policy targets we have agreed under this mandate. Our idea is to support in an increasingly targeted manner the efforts at local, regional, national level and spur innovation at the same time. In this, Estonia's nature and people have so much to bring to the European and to the worldwide table. The LIFE CleanEST project you will discuss today is already now very well showcased in a recent Euronews documentary, which portrays how much this is contributing also to the efforts being made across all the Baltic states to save our Baltic Sea. Another enthusing river restoration experience is currently ongoing in southern East Estonia and is now portrayed in the latest episode of The Road to Green, a project of cooperation between the European Commission and Euronews, which is pointing to best experiences of driving green and fair change. So Estonia, you're already everywhere on TV. And both videos illustrate very convincingly how investing in nature ultimately translates into social and economic benefits for the local populations and beyond, bringing multiple co-benefits which enhance well-being and resilience. Dear friends, more than ever, we are called to take resolute action to choose the future we want. And if we want a more peaceful, a greener, a more digital and fairer future, it is up to us to care about water as well. Again, congratulations to the leaders of this project, and I wish you very fruitful discussion. Eita!
Aitäh, Mrs. Manfredi. Great to hear about those ambitious goals that the European Commission has set. I only hope those negotiations go well and you achieve your aims. And it's also good to hear that it's not just Kristo who is filming Estonian environmental issues, but it's also Euronews. So, Kristo, you have a bit of competition there. I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to Kaupo Läänerand, the Deputy Secretary General for Maritime and Water Affairs in the Estonian Ministry of Climate.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How much time I have? Make it fast. So, welcome from Ministry of Climate. I am Kaupo Läänerand, Deputy Secretary General for Maritime and Water Affairs. And it's important to show you this morning that how agile Estonia is. So actually in April, the new government was formed and they decided to really step up with fighting the climate change. Then new ministry should be created. So already in July, new ministry was consolidated and already in 1st of September, second reform was made. So this is the picture what we have. And we are located here in the right corner. So I basically, in my portfolio, there is a marine environment department, maritime department, and water department. So basically, all the water, all water-related issues. And I think it's quite important because our aim is to find the balance between the economy and the environmental protection. So finding the balance in between different ministries. Before I was in Ministry of Economic Affairs, there is always thing, should we choose more of economy side or more environment protection side. So actually the key is find the balance to continue with the innovation on the table. So I can see that this is really working well at the moment. And water management, it's like with maritime, when everything works well, then people or citizens out of the sector don't understand the importance of water management or maritime. When the ports are not working and there will be lack of products on your table, and when for industry doesn't have water to be used, there is shortage of water, then people start to understand that this really affects us every day. So it's most of the funding very often we get in the crisis. So this is not a good way to go ahead, but I was glad to hear that the Commission has also very ambitious plans. And from Estonian perspective, really the sustainable, the water management is filling a lot of sustainability goals of UN. And we can see we have 1.3 million people in Estonia, and 1.1 of them are really using water supply and sewerage services, and around 200,000 are using local solutions. So we all deal with it in our daily lives. And I would like to, I know we are time shortage, but still it will be good to share with you the 5 priorities. It's always good when policy making has priorities, then it's at least you have ambitions to go forward. So first of the ambitions and priorities, number 1 is water service reform. We have around 200 companies or enterprises in Estonia in water management. This is definitely a lot. And as you can see, there are 5 big ones and 150 who are serving 90,000, around 90,000 people. So we can see that the water price has increased in recent years. The demands, when we see the new directives, the demands to decrease, to decarbonize, to 4-stage cleaning stages or devices in the industry, and the demands are going up, but very often funding is going down. So we have the climate changes, the droughts, we have the sometimes too much water, sometimes too less water. So actually the change in this area is inevitable. So we need to proceed with some kind of consolidation. The TG reform is helping us to do it, and we already have 2 meetings with our group together with the sector to find the solution for Estonia, because definitely there has to have some kind of reform to be sustainable and to keep the water price below OECD recommendations. Second other thing is reuse of water. We are already updating, stepping up with legislation to support it, but it's problem of legislation, investments, it's a problem of mentality. We don't reuse water enough in Estonia. It's around the world, so really we need to use more of the resources what we have from rainfall, mines, industry, households. So that's the way how we can keep the balance for the future. And with the lack of, we all want to see the growth of economy. Without enough industrial water for industrial use as well, there is no industry. With not enough water, there is no talents to be attracted to Estonia. So it's really important for us. And there is article in Estonian, but it's right. We had one peninsula where there was no water, and people were commenting that what's the problem? The water is coming all the time from the pipes, so to drinking water. So it's the mentality. They don't understand how dangerous game we are playing. So definitely it's a change of mentality as well. The priority number 3 is preparedness for adaptation of climate change and crisis in the water field. Even I can see that if I think 10 years behind, I don't remember that so often we have in one day we have 1 month of rainfall. So it's happening quite often at the moment, and we have to be prepared. So one of our priorities and my policy making the priority number 3 is to be prepared for when we have too much water, how to understand how to get let's say information in right time to evacuate people, to understand how everything is going on. And of course there is a very important part that how to get in the heavy rainfalls the water away. And there is just showing it's not only the stormwater systems, but it can always be the asphalt as instrument, because we can see that in the cities very often everything is built in the way that the water don't have nowhere to go. So that's why it's good to announce that 25 million investments will be given for stormwater systems in Estonia to improve ourselves. Priority number 4, reduce pollution reaching water bodies. So actually this is very wide. There are a lot of different ways. There are expensive ways to different states, treatment plants to be built, like you can see here in the okay, you cannot see this picture, but on the top left corner there are more natural ways like floating islands, which are also eating the pollution in the water, the bacteria. And sometimes people are thinking that those systems are very expensive, but that's why I search for the nets, even the nets in front of the pipelines where they go into the water. These are not from Estonia. I hope that we are more cleaner, but it's just that you don't have to have millions of euros systems always. You can make your change with the nets as well. And this is definitely one of the challenges what we are facing. And lastly, priority number 5. I wanted to keep the priorities number 3, but all are so different and huge areas to develop, and we have to look them in the combination. So it's 5 priorities. And For this, good news is we have 25 million with the budget decision to decrease the GHG footprint, greenhouse gases footprint, and increase efficiency. And of course, the future should be where, for example, there is Tartu treatment plant where they are creating biomethane to increase the efficiency in the let's say sewage plant. And other idea for the future is increase use of solar energy, for example, which is this picture is not from Estonia, but this shows where we can move ahead. And definitely even EU directives are pushing us to reduce the GHG emissions. And lastly, LIFE IP project definitely focuses on the northeast corner of Estonia river basin, and why we focused on this area. It's just it's only 45% of water bodies are in good shape in this area. The percentage is usually more than 53. So this is our priority, and the project leader, Mari Sepp, can introduce more about this project. So try to be fast, and these are our priorities. Water management is key for climate ministry and for the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaupo. Good to hear that in this list of priorities is also the reuse of water, because I've been wondering for quite a few years, why do we construct new buildings without an integrated water reuse system? So good to hear that it's in the pipeline of the ministry. I'm now glad to hand over the floor to the project manager of LIFE IP CleanEST in the Estonian Ministry of Climate, Mari Sepp.
Yeah, good morning. I already feel a bit of emotionally touched by this great introduction to our today's conference. So my name is Mari Sepp, and I'm a project manager of LIFE IP CleanEST, and my task is to be the center of this project, to ensure that all of the activities are implemented correctly, to ensure that the network works smoothly, and of course to ensure that all of the reports have submitted to European Commission to our financer on time. So a very short introduction to the LIFE IP CleanEST project and why we are here today. We are very honored to organize this conference, and now we are in the middle of our project, because almost 5 years have gone and 5 more years to go. And the conference is organized together with our great partner, Narva municipality, and together with our 23 partners. We are having the task to improve the status of the water bodies here in Northeast Estonia and Viru sub-basin during these 10 years. So if I say task, I mean it's more like a journey. And it's very, very, very interesting journey. At the very beginning, it was a bit of gray, maybe like in this picture. This is one of our project objects here, and we established everything what is necessary to establish to go to this 10-year journey. To go on, why we are here in Northeast Estonia. As it has been already said, it's the industrial area, and oil shale mining and shale oil production and chemical industry and electricity power plants are here. And this means that already more than a century ago, already the pollution started here, and a lot of procedures were directed to the rivers, because back then, a century ago, people believed that the nature could heal itself. But today we know that this is not possible if we direct to the rivers hydrocarbons or oil or there is pitch, and we have to act today to ensure that we have clean waters and that our groundwater would not be polluted. And that's why the main narrative, the main focus content of our project is contaminated sites and residual pollution. During these 5 years, we have already had activities in several objects. We have removed a lot of tons of contaminated soils. We have started an in-situ remediation tests and also conducted different studies, because we have objects here where we know that there is pollution and contamination, but we don't know the volume of it. So the project also gives the opportunity to have as practical objects and also to have the studies. Besides the contaminated sites, we have a holistic approach to all of our water bodies. And of course, here in Estonia, it's also, I know, the issue of other European countries as well. The agricultural pollution might be the main source of pollution. That's why the agriculture plays important role in this LIFE IP CleanEST project. And we have already finished some studies. And also, besides the agricultural pollution, the sewage water and the wastewater treatment is one content point. And we also restock the salmons. Somehow it went. Maybe just one example, it's a very interesting example. We have Soolikoja ditch in Rakvere city, and it's very wicked object, because it has all different type of contamination and chemical and ecological. And we have tested there the phytoremediation. Here you can see the floating islands, and the test is not concluded yet, but when we conclude the test, it's one possible way to replicate the same type of water healing in different other water bodies here in Estonia as well. It's the first time in Estonia when we are testing this phytoremediation. So this is one of the benefits of a LIFE IP project, that we also have resources and time to test, to pilot, to innovate, and to make conclusions. Does it work, or is it not working? And when it's working, we can replicate it in other places. So I see it as a very, very great benefit. Overall, the communication part, of course, it's very important, because we may do our activities by our own, but if we do not communicate, if we don't engage the stakeholders, or if we don't engage the publicity, then there is not much point, because this is the way to change the behavior. And that's why we have had a great number of TV broadcasts, websites visits, social media reactors, also youth engagement is part of the project. And during, also speaking of administrative numbers, during the first 5 years, we have spent almost 9 million euros. It's not just the money what goes to improve the status of the water bodies, but it's also the money what goes to circulate in this local economy in the Northeast Estonia area here. And what's going to happen next within the next 5 years? The content focus now goes to ecological status, to the migration barriers. We have to implement all of our river basin management plan measures here in Viru sub-basin. And one very important point is to engage and initiate new projects and to engage new funds to the same purpose as the LIFE IP CleanEST project, because we have 17 16.7 million euros to spend in our project, but overall it's almost more than 600 million euros. Estonia is a budget to heal over all of the water bodies here in Estonia. So as you may understand, almost 17 million is not so much, but as a center, here, at least here in Virusapes, in the LIFE IP CleanEST project, we already have built up the network, we already have built up the practices, and it makes us easy to go on and engage the new money, new finances, and to establish the new project, and to at least do our best to go to this ambitious solution to improve all of the water body status here as good one. So all our challenges are today's topic here in conference, so enjoy the conference and have a fruitful networking, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mari, for giving such a broad overview. And as we clearly see, a lot of challenges, a lot of focus areas to touch upon. Hopefully, the finances will be ready to meet those challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to kick off our first session, which delves into the world of modernizing water management through digital innovation. And in this session, we will have 3 presentations lined up for you. We will start with Mr. Dirk Kroll, who is the Executive Director in Water Europe. Mr. Kroll joins us through digital means to examine the concept of a water-smart society. What is a water-smart society? Mr. Kroll will explain. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
We can.
Good. Are my slides being shared? I don't hear anything. Yeah, good. Okay. Can you once more confirm that you hear me? Yes, okay, I can hear myself. Okay, good. Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Dirk Kroll. I'm the Executive Director of Water Europe, and I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you today. I would have loved to be there with you today, but unfortunately, I must say, I'm right now in Stockholm, where today and tomorrow we have a Water Europe board meeting. But nevertheless, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share with you some insights on what we call the Water Smart Society and on Water Europe itself. So in the next few slides, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I first will give you a brief introduction on Water Europe. Then I'll explain what is a Water Smart Society, and then I will also look with you to get on our ambitions for, I would say, water under the next European Commission. I guess I have to click here. Yes, good. So first, who are we? As Water Europe, we consider ourselves as being the recognized voice and promoter of water-related innovation, research, and technology development in Europe. Why recognized? That's because once upon a time, about 20 years ago, we were initiated by the European Commission, in particular DG RTD, as a European technology platform with the mission to improve coordination and collaboration in the water ecosystem or water value chain, if you wish, in the EU and beyond, to enhance performance and competitiveness of the water ecosystem, and to contribute to solving the global water-related challenges through research, technology development, and innovation. And I would say, since those initial days as a European technology platform, we have come very far, but and changed a lot. But this mission statement is still the thing that connects us to our past and to which we adhere. Now, what sets us apart and what is really the core of our strategy is firstly that we are a multi-stakeholder association, really representing the entire range of actors in the innovative water system. As you can also see on the right-hand side, how we have organized our governance. So we have different membership colleges. where we have the first one are the multinational corporations with water at the heart of their business model, where we have, as is indicated by the name, big companies like Suez, Veolia, Acciona, Ecolab, Microsoft, Schneider Electric, Grundfos, Xylem, just to name a few. Then we have the research institutes and universities. They represent about 40% of our members. Then we have the utilities, the drinking water and wastewater utilities. Then we have, I would say, the solution providers and the SMEs. They represent about 30% of our members. And then we also have the large, mostly industrial water users, where we have members like Solvay and, for example, Coca-Cola. These form our corporate members. Then we also have associate members, where we have the public authorities, like, for example, the metropolitan government of Venice, the provincial government of Friesland in the Netherlands, the municipality of Mechelen in Belgium, and also the Estonian ministry. So that's also why I'm very happy to be here today with you. And then our last college are what we call civil society organizations, where we have members like Wetlands International, IUCN, etc. Yeah. So, but beyond, I think, and that's very important, but beyond a multi-stakeholder association, we're also very much a value-based organization, which means that all our activities are based on our water vision for a water smart society. And it also means that our niche as an organization is really where the interest of our members coincides with our water vision, which is, I think, very nicely graphically shown in the two, I would say, overlapping circles on this screen. Let me move on to the next one. Oh yeah. So, and in total, right now we have about 270 members from around 30 countries, representing about 1 million employees and a total turnover of about 232 billion euros. Quick view of our members. I won't dwell on this too much, but I guess also the presentation will be shared with you. I think it's just interesting to have a glance on the diversity of members that we have. Then I would say the issues at hand. As I already mentioned, really all our activities are guided by our water vision. In our water vision, we have identified the key, I would say, the main challenges for water, which have to do, of course, with too much water, too little water, and too polluted water. I think as regards too little water, this slide very nicely shows the danger at hand. And the left hand, you will see, I would say, the predicted change in GDP, the negative impact of water shortage if we do business as usual. And on the right-hand side, we see what the difference could be if we take the right, I would say, water policy measures to secure enough water for all at the right time. Now, this map does not precisely show Europe, but if you would also see the figures for Europe, you could see that that Europe is in a relatively well place, and with an investment of only 0.5% of our GDP, we could, I would say, avoid a 4% negative impact on our GDP. So I think that's a very important message to keep now. And also on the quality side, we'll see big challenges. As you can see here, only 40% of the river basins and only 60% of the water river basins, I would say, are in order with the requirements of the Water Framework Directive. Now, how do we get from, I would say, the current situation to I would say what we call an ideal situation, which we have coined as being the water smart society. So for us, a water smart society is a society in which the value of water is recognized and realized to ensure water security, sustainability, and resilience. It's also a society in which all available water sources are managed so that water scarcity and pollution are avoided. water and resource loops are largely closed to foster a circular economy and optimal resource efficiency. The water system is resilient against the impacts of climate change and demographic change, and all relevant stakeholders are engaged in guaranteeing sustainable water governance. Now, in order to get from the current situation to the ideal situation of a water smart society, we have developed our methodology for the water smart society, which is really starts from the value of water for our society, economy, and ecosystems. Then looking at the key objectives, which have to do with water security, water sustainability, and water resilience. And around that, we have identified 5 key innovation areas that we need to develop to really change the way we manage and operate water in our society and reach that water smart society, which have to do with circular water, which is all about increasing the reuse and recycling of water and use alternative water sources, like with the concept of multiple waters. Then it's all about the digitization of the way we manage and operate water in our society. It's about inclusive waters to make sure that we involve all the relevant stakeholders, and it's about resilient water, which means that we make sure that our infrastructures are resilient against the impacts of climate change, but also that we uh, um, properly integrate the green infrastructure in the gray infrastructure in the green infrastructure. Yeah. Now, I'm very pleased that also in this year, in its UN World Water Development Report, UNESCO referred to both our concept for a water smart society and another concept that we have developed, the water oriented living labs, as leading examples for partnership and in Europe. Now, how do we work to achieve that water smart society? First, what we do, and that's really our oldest program, our collaboration program, in which we bring representatives of all our members together along the water value chain to discuss the challenges and to come up with innovative solutions, and very often also getting our members involved in funded European research projects under Horizon Europe, Life Plus, etc. Then also, of course, very important program where we do 2 key things, I would say. First, we raise the profile of water in the European policy debate, the European Commission, and with the. But secondly, also, and that is, I would say, almost a concrete lobbying part. We lobby for the inclusion of the driver's seat of innovative solution approaches in European relation. Like, for example, currently under discussion, the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, the Industry Emissions Directive, etc. Yeah. And then our third program is our implementation program, where we help our members to bring their new solutions and research results to the market. And by that we mean that the new solutions are actually applied. Now, these are supported by our 3 pillars, our communication pillar, where we have a wide and strong communication capacity. Our community pillar is all about the networking, bringing everybody together, and the many research projects we're also involved in, because as a service to members, and I will explain it a little bit more later, we offer our members support in their funded research projects. Now, a little bit about our collaboration program. In our collaboration program, we have 2 main mechanisms for collaboration. First one are let me see the next slide. No, okay. So the first one are our vision leadership teams, which are the think tanks in Water Europe, consisting in 3 to 5 members on the key themes of our vision, so the innovation areas, and they're really expected to drive the implementation of these key concepts. And then the second mechanism that we have for collaboration in Water Europe are our working groups. Our working groups are really the operational level for members' collaboration and coordination in Water Europe. They're fully membership driven, and in that sense, they form the backbone of our community. Here you can see the overview of the different working groups clustered a little bit in line with the main policy and priorities of the European institutions, and also the key priorities in Horizon Europe. Now, their basic function is to be an incubator for project consortia, but many of them have a much more also strategic ambition to really contribute to shaping European policy on their specific themes. Then a little bit about our advocacy program. So our advocacy program, in our advocacy program, we always start from three key criteria. The first one is that all our positions must be in line with our societal responsibility as reflected in our water vision. Our positions must be evidence-based and technology neutral, and they must be financially and economically sustainable towards the future. Yeah, this means, of course, that we are not pushing for the newest, most expensive technology, but really, I mean, the solutions that we're trying to promote must be in line, I would say, with the challenge and the possibilities to financially afford them towards the future. Now, there are many very, of course, topics that include an aspect to water. So we've set up some kind of prioritization matrix to decide on what topics we will, I would say, spend our attention. The first priority we always make is the policy making of what we call hard law. So that's new European directives and regulations. Currently, there we're working on the Industrial Emissions Directive, where we're really trying to get water efficiency in the new directive. Then the urban wastewater treatment directive, where we're really looking at, I would say, promoting the new urban wastewater treatment directive as a circular, energy neutral water directive. Then we'll be looking at the health soils law, the bathing water directive, and the revision of the sewage sludge directive. Then, as a second priority, we're of course working with the European Green Deal. So these are more what we call the policy making of soft law, so strategies of the European Commission, the bigger concepts. So the European Green Deal, we've been very active also with the UN Water Conference in New York this year. And now, of course, we're very much looking forward to working what could be the role of water under the new Commission. I see I'm disconnected. Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because I got a message that I was disconnected. Yeah. So that a little bit about our policy program. Then also very important to many of our members is, of course, European research projects. So what do we do there? We actively facilitate our members' involvement in European research projects that we do by making a full analysis of the potential in the biannual work programs. We share it with our members. We invite people from the European Commission and executive agencies to come to our events and explain um, uh, what is the thinking behind these calls, so that they also understand the policy links. And I think we're very successful there, because we've been able to do the analysis that in between 2014 and 2019, 1.25 billion euros were invested in water-related projects under then Horizon 2020. Now, the success rate usually is not very high, it's around 8 to 10%. But if we were looking at the funded consortia, we've been able to conclude that 75% of the funded consortia consisted in Water Europe members. Now, beyond that, as Water Europe has already mentioned, we also offer our members our involvement in European research projects. So currently we're involved in about 20 ongoing European research projects, where we do activities fully in line with our normal activities, which have to do with communication, dissemination, networking, policy, clustering, and setting up water-oriented living labs. So what are water-oriented living labs? Water-oriented living labs are a concept that we have developed in 2019 in a first attempt to really, I would say, set up context in which we can really facilitate a paradigm shift to a water smart society. Since then, that concept has been further developed in a number of European research projects, which have led to two new publications that we've published last year. One is a scientific study on the whole concept of living labs, and on base of that, in the second publication, we have developed our methodology to evolve and assess water-oriented living labs. That has now also become one of the key pillar of the Water for All partnership under under Horizon Europe, which has a funding budget of 450 million euros for this period of 7 years under Horizon Europe. Now, what are living labs? For us, living labs are really, I would say, real-life demonstration and implementation instruments where we really bring together business, public institutions, citizens, and research institutes to jointly build structures from the ground up to validate and scale up innovations and to embrace new technologies, governance, business models, and innovative policies. Then, to conclude, next year is going to be a very important year for water in Europe. As you all may know, in June next year we have the European elections from the 9th to the 14th of June. And I would say I've been working now for 10 years at the European level to promote water. And for a long time, it has really been an uphill battle, which has to do with the fact that water is a very transversal topic, meaning that it's, I would say, a part of very many different policy areas, but rarely a policy area in itself, which also means that there is little political accountability for water. It's also a very transversal topic, fragmented topic, which means there are thousands of actors are out there across Europe, which have to do a little bit with water, but for which also, again, water is not their core business. And therefore, we believe that really now is the opportunity to really put water higher up on the agenda. We see very many important initiatives to also to drive that. The European Economic and Social Committee has been working hard over the last year on its proposal for a European Blue Deal, which will be formally launched tomorrow during their conference in Brussels in the European Economic and Social Committee. Also, the von der Leyen has recently announced their call for a water resilience strategy, which we're also looking forward to. All in all, delegations that water is on the rise, but I think it's still important that we really continue to push it. That's why we really call for a water smart strategy under the new European Commission. And considering the weaknesses that I've mentioned before, the fragmentation also of water across different policy areas. And I mean, usually, if you look at that fragmentation on a policy level, water is only approached from usually an environment perspective, while I would say water also has a value for economy, for industry, for agriculture. So I think we need that more holistic approach in the way we approach water from, I would say, our highest level of governance. That's why we're pleading for an EU vice president in charge of the whole water dimension. At the same time, we also know that, I would say, the investment requirements in water are also very high, especially if you link that to, I would say, the key European strategies, which have to do with strengthening the strategic autonomy of Europe. You see that, I mean, Europe is highly investing in the European Chips Act. They have received a budget of 43 million euros for that, while an integrated circuit on a 30 centimeter wafer requires 8,300 liters of water. At the same time, we increasingly see across Europe that data centers are built, very important also. But I think few realize that a 1 megawatt data center uses 5 million liters of water each year. And last but not least, I think the concept of the hydrogen economy is on the lips of very many people. But again, I think very few people realize that in order to get 1 kilogram of hydrogen, you need 9 kilograms of demineralized water. That while The World Resource Institute predicts that by 2030, we will have a gap of 56% between demand and supply of water. And already now in 2019, 29% of the European territory was affected during at least one season with water scarcity. Yeah. So these, I think, are important figures to really, I would say, to drive the agenda for a very strong water strategy under the new European Commission that will kick off in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Quite a statistical number. By the end of the decade, we have half of the water that we need. Maybe could you elaborate a bit more on how to bridge this gap between demand and supply of water? I mean, where should we take the water that we need for a prosperous economy? And how is technology actually enabling reuse of water or more efficient cleaning of water?
Well, I mean, if you look at European level, I think so what are the drivers for change in water? I mean, in my view, the big drivers for change in water have to do with legislation, yeah, the pricing of water, and the imminent water crisis. Um, just before the summer, I was speaking to a vice president of a multinational involved in, I would say, water efficient solutions for industry. He was vice president heavy industry, and he told me, Dirk, we've been now warning the European Commission for 5 to 10 years about the imminent water crisis. We are now at a level that in Europe, we have individual plants in our big companies, chemical, yeah, who are competing for our water efficiency solutions, and we cannot provide them anymore because over time, I would say, the attention to water has been too much neglected, which means also that in the educational pipeline, not the right profiles are being produced. So at this moment, simply, although we would love to provide our customers with the solutions, we cannot because we don't even have the staff to produce it. Yeah. So I think it's really important now that we really come up with a strong policy drive for water efficient solutions. On European level, there has already been worked on this for water efficiency, water reuse for agriculture purposes, but for example, not yet for industrial purposes. Now, of course, a third group would be domestic use. Now, that is a very complicated topic, so I would not immediately start with that, and that also because it only represents 15% of abstracted water use.
Thank you. Do we have questions here in the venue? Because I believe I haven't received any questions from our virtual audience. I don't really see a wave of arms. And as we are struggling to keep up with our schedule, I thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. This is here where we wrap up your presentation. And I'm glad to invite our next speaker onto the stage, who will present an in-depth analysis of the digital transformation in water governance. Prabhu Chandrasekaran from the International Water Association. The floor is yours.
Let me see. Oh, okay. There a homikust? Is that right? Excellent. All right. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. I'm really delighted, honored, and then beautiful country, great hosting. I've been having a great time in the last 12 hours, hoping that I'd be able to offer something in return today. All right. So my name is Prabhu Chandrasekaran. I'm with Arcadis, a global architecture and engineering consulting firm based out of Netherlands, but I'm based out of United States. But I also here represent International Water Association, Recently, I was nominated to be part of this Digital Water Program's steering committee. The primary purpose of the steering committee is to disseminate the knowledge and awareness and understanding of how we can leverage digital solutions to improve water governance, water management, advance the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other digital technologies to manage our water resources in a more efficient manner. That's the primary focus point and the mission and vision for this steering committee. And these are the members of our steering committee. And I'm really happy to be and honored to be part of this steering committee. As I mentioned, this is part of the International Water Association. We will talk a little bit more about that in a bit in the end in terms of what else is being done by the International Water Association's Digital Water Steering Committee. The committee is led by Oliver Griefson. I believe he joined us through Zoom, and he's going to be part of the panel discussion following these presentations. Today, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, how can we leverage digital solutions, probably introduce two use cases and how we apply those digital solutions. I'm glad to see that a lot of the discussion that I'm going to be talking are in alignment with what was already discussed. As you can see, these are general challenges that we've been facing in the water industry. I think you've heard several times from the speakers before me. This is pretty common across the globe, whether it's in Europe and US or developing country or developed countries. We are all facing some type of a water stress or related to either water availability or funding, lack of funding, rising costs, and aging infrastructure, aging workforce, not having enough workforce to manage the water resources, not being able to make the decisions, not knowing enough information about how the assets are being managed and how they are functioning, what the condition of those assets and all of that, right? So, and in addition to all the newer challenges that we face in terms of emerging contaminants like PFAS and PFOS that's been going on. I think it's a big topic in the US lately because of the newer regulations. I think it's a global topic and a conversation that everybody is engaged these days. I'm glad that I saw this one in your presentation. As we heard before, though we were talking about water, I also wanted to briefly discuss about the Sustainable Development Goals. We established these goals to be achieved by 2030. Sadly, we're not there yet. I don't know if any of you attended the UN Water Conference after 46 years, the first one back in New York early this year. There we, I think, discussed a lot about what the current state of these Sustainable Development Goals specifically focus on the water, and how can we continue to be more aggressive in our policies and strategies and implementation tactics to meet those goals, because we are, what was the word? We are alarmingly behind meeting those goals. Though these are these different goals, but if we look and examine closely these goals, without having a better management of the water resources, we won't be able to achieve the other goals, right? For example, the one focused on good health and wellness, right? For several of us in the globe, it's important to have good, safe drinking water and sanitation services for them to be having good health and well-being. Just a little anecdote, I was having my daughter doing research on food scarcity in India as part of her research, and then she found that how access to water and health are one of the critical aspects of solving food hunger in developing countries such as India. So without going into further details, water is essential, so that's why we're here. We care about the water and how we manage the water resources. Going back to some of the priorities that we saw earlier, the 5 ones that are focused on, what were they? The service reform, reuse of water, climate change, preparedness and adaptation, reduce pollution, reaching water bodies, and reducing the greenhouse gas footprint and increase the efficiency. Though those priorities are higher level ones, but if we examine 2 levels down, it's about answering these types of different questions. The people who are managing the water bodies on a daily basis, whether they are running the water treatment plants or wastewater treatment plants, or somebody who is doing sampling or trying to understand the level of pollution or reduction of pollution in the environment, they are all focused on different types of questions, and they need to be able to answer these questions. The good news is, because of the reduction in the cost of digital solutions and how quickly we can actually deploy some of these digital solutions and strategies, we can address these questions in a more faster, better, cheaper way than what it used to be maybe 5-10 years ago. And we are starting to see that being deployed across the globe in different places, though we would like to see a much more aggressive adoption. But the good news is it's being adopted. We have seen promising results in improving the efficiencies and cost savings and health benefits in different aspects of managing the water. And as you can see, ultimately the goal is to help people who are managing, right? That's what we come back several times. If you notice the difference between the Industry 4 versus the Industry 5 concepts, Industry 4 focused heavily on bringing in automation, bringing in technologies, and then they realized after, post-pandemic, oh my God, I don't have enough people to run my facilities, so we need to focus on people. So Industry 5 concepts that were developed just a couple of years back put a bigger focus on empowering and the people who are managing these systems. So that's why you have people on the right side and all these different technologies on the left side, and then you have these analytics tools and technologies in the middle, which are helping you to make these efficient decisions. That's what we heard from the mayor too earlier, help us make better decisions, right? Whether it's at the higher level, long-term strategic planning goals, or at the more millisecond level in terms of operating our facilities. When we think about application of digital technologies, the use cases are numerous, and the applications are all around, I would say, the whole water management cycle. What you see here is a typical water management cycle. For many utilities or many systems that are being managed here, starting from water supply all the way to disposal back into the environment. This is a common one that you see for a municipal water system, but some of the concepts are applicable to industrial water systems. So they are probably either getting water from some type of a water source and then treating it and using it for their industrial purposes and discharging it back into the environment. The one other thing that you see here is that the reuse. Reuse is getting a lot of attention across the globe, and we heard that you guys are also starting to think about reuse. And one fun point that you mentioned was, how do you convince public, right? And I think we have a joke about, we're all drinking dinosaur pee, in a way, so to speak. It's the same amount of water. It's the same water that we have been having for billions of years. And so one thing that we've been using, as a strategy to convince people is whether it's indirect reuse or direct potable reuse. From a communication perspective. But going back to application of digital technologies, wherever we are trying to make any decisions for either just gaining a better understanding of what has happened from a reporting perspective, or just a prediction or forecasting, just to know what would be happening in the future, whether it's the demand forecasting or energy forecasting or power consumptions, or the highest level would be optimization, which focuses on running different scenarios on what could be a better scenario for better use of the resources, whether it's manpower or whether it's chemicals and energies. So the applications are numerous, and this is how I personally see it, either for reporting, forecasting, and optimization, and the applications are numerous. Let's look at a few examples that we've been. Get 11 minutes. Okay. See here. This is a solution that we have within Arcadis. I just thought that there are several applications, but I thought this would be a better one to discuss. This is a decision support system platform, bringing in different data points, whether it's weather data, water quality data, or GIS information or automation information from process control systems within a water treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant or pump stations, or remote telemetry observations, as Surat was talking about, from different monitoring locations that you may have in place. So bringing in the different solutions, again, to do either for just reporting, blind reporting, to understand what's going on in different places. So it's easier for people in the field or who are making decisions on a daily basis to get a better understanding of what's happening in those water systems, water resource management issues, as well as to do forecasting, as well as to do optimization. And this was one application, so focused on drought monitoring. This was an application within Netherlands. And as you can see, based on the data and the model that was built into the system, it was helping to do a prediction of what could be the drought in different aspects, different parts of the Netherlands. That's just one aspect of it. And then you can see another one which has a similar application focused on water availability within different regions. And then the same solution was also used for flood risk and emergency management. I think we talked about climate preparedness and adaptation earlier. So if we have a better understanding of how our systems are working, what could be happening in the future, having a better global understanding of a combination of weather systems and what could be flood-prone areas, so we can not only predict but also deploy manpower resources for emergency preparedness, which has been used in this Netherlands application. They have what's called a little control room that actually looks into different aspects of different water systems. So this one, as you can see, focused on the life status of the water system. And then it tells you there is a trigger level established. Again, this is a very simple application, right? There's nothing complex. Once you have all your data resources brought together and then developed a system in terms of what decisions you want to make. This is just a simple one that focuses on giving the operators when do they need to respond back, what would be a trigger level, how can they prepare for evacuations and other emergency preparedness. And then and this was just the platform that they used within what's called a Visor. The next one is the same thing. Ultimately, it helped the team managing this flood management within the system. As you can see, they have these different triggers and observations, and they gain some kind of an advice. The advice is how, depending on how complicated and how what your questions are, what type of questions you're trying to answer. This advice could be a simple one, just to giving you a forecast, or could be an optimization based on modeling your total system to see these are your different scenarios depending on how you control and operate your wastewater system, water systems. For example, if you have a wastewater collection system that's actually a combined sewer type application, depending on how you want to control different structures that are either moving wastewater from one place to another place, you can run scenarios to see which ones you want to protect first, which ones, and what the locations where you would like to have overflows to be occurring, though we would like to avoid any type of overflows getting into the water systems. So that's one application of how you can actually leverage digital solutions. Again, this is another different variations of the control dashboards. You can see one provides information related to the precipitation index. The other one focuses on the soil storage. And this is all related to the groundwater levels and pumping advisory, because they wanted to get an understanding of if this is going to be inundated faster, which pump stations do you want it to trigger, keep it going? How do you manage your wet well capacity so that you have enough capacity in your pump station for you to use these asset systems during emergency situations? As I mentioned before, the number of ways to build these solutions are numerous. There is no one way to do this. But when we think about how to deploy these kind of digital solutions, we have, I would say, there are like 4 ways you can take this approach, or 4 steps in approaching to solve these problems. The first one is the most critical one that we have seen it to be very essential when it comes to developing these solutions. It goes back to answering those questions, like what type of questions the people who are boots on the ground are trying to solve. And then is it purely forecasting, or is it purely just reporting so that they have an understanding? Is it forecasting for them to have a better prediction of what the future situation is going to be? Or is it going to be an optimization where they need to know what decisions they need to make based on different scenarios? Depending on the types of questions, depending on the complexity of the questions you're trying to answer, the models that are built to answer those questions are going to be a little more complex. So that's the first step in which we have seen being an essential one. We have used what's called the design thinking approach. You might have heard it before. That usually brings in all the stakeholders involved in the process of developing a solution. Be more empathetic in understanding what the pain points of the people who are engaged in those daily operations of these different asset systems, or even higher level decision points, planners. What type of questions they want to solve. It has helped several organizations to develop more of a prototype by themselves, because it gives the ownership back to people who are going to be using the solution, as opposed to having some tech team going and developing solutions and giving it back to the team who's going to be using, without having that communication or that ownership from the team who's going to be using it be part of the solution development. A second one, once we know all these things, and you might have seen this is just a simpler version of what different types of data can be connected together. Typically what we have seen in the water management is usually your process control systems, which are managing your water systems, wastewater systems, pump stations, or could be, in this case, different types of sensor networks for your monitoring from our LIFE projects. All those different data can be brought in, both open source that are available. In US, we have the NOAA database, which gives you all the weather information, and also local rainfall data. Similarly, you can bring those type of data. This one specifically focused on watershed level management, so those were the data sources that we used for developing a solution. And then the third one is, again, developing these different dashboards. This is another key part where you need to have the end users in place, because they are the ones who are going to be using these solutions. That we want to understand what type of scenarios or what type of visualization they would like to have. I've seen many projects where people don't end up using these dashboards because they were not part of the development of these dashboards. That's very important, as much as it sounds like it's another step, but without having that step, many projects either become a failure or a success quite easily. And then there are, again, different tools and technologies, how you want to show these, develop these dashboards. I'm not getting into the technology aspects of, whether you want to use an Azure cloud-based database systems or AWS, or do you want to build it in-house. Those are some of the things that you can actually figure it out depending on what problems you want to solve, what your current IT infrastructure, what your existing operational technology infrastructure in place. As I mentioned before, there is no one way to skin this cat, so to speak. There are several ways, but bringing the people, both from IT side, bringing the end users, are critical to developing a successful solution. Last but not the least, it's important. We've seen that it's essential to do this continuous training and capacity building. And the World Economic Forum, you might have seen the State of Industry report that comes out. They keep the most important thing that's been going on in those reports was a heavy focus on upskilling and reskilling the workforce. I think throughout the globe, I think every organization is seriously lagging behind in upskilling and reskilling their employees with the digital tools. It doesn't necessarily have to be an advanced data science, but just having the digital literacy to be part of their upskilling is essential. I think the statistics is close to like 103 hours per person per year is essential. Not doing that is actually making everything inefficient, because the solution providers are bringing in with new technologies and applications. Not having the upskilling to adopt these solutions is actually limiting the workforce in advancing these technology adoption, as well as making efficient decisions on a daily basis. And quickly, but we have to talk a little bit about AI machine learning, right? Everybody has been hearing about AI machine learning. ChatGPT took the whole world by storm. I'm sure many of you must have played with ChatGPT or Bing Chat or Bard, one of them, right? I use it several times that try to find out how to say things. It's really good. And we recently, Water Research Foundation is similar to a KWR in UK and Europe, I would say. We're focused on advancing the adoption of AI and machine learning with our water management. This is one of the first ever projects within the US where the application of machine learning is researched extensively across all aspects of water management, not just to one application. So as you can see, we have close to 30 plus water utilities being part of it, and you can also see a whole bunch of vendors who are part of it. The use cases are numerous in terms of whether it's operations and maintenance related to water systems, or making decision at the planning level for financial investment planning for water systems, or even policy development, or even customer service, or even training. So the use cases are enormous. So that's I'm really excited for this one. I'm the PI for this project. If you guys want to learn more about this project, I'm happy to share more information. If you want to be, hop on some of our calls and for just a knowledge exchange, I'm happy to have you guys invited to that project. Last but not the least, so as I mentioned before, today I'm representing IWA. It's a great program. The Digital Water Program has been in place since 2018, I believe, and there are lots of information out there. Great reports in terms of where the industry is going forward. There are some information related to AI machine learning. There are more papers coming out, and we have a solid program in terms of developing what's coming out, and then working with research organizations across the globe, focused not only on focused on issues that are applicable across different aspects of the world, both the South, the global South, and the global North. Right, the challenges are different. So that's what I like about it. And then in 2 weeks, there's going to be a Digital Water Summit 2023 that's happening in Bilbao. Great program. It's for 2 days. Great place if you want to go check out Bilbao. It's a great. I was there last year. I'm going to be missing it this year, but they have really great case studies by different vendors within Spain and across UK and Europe. It'll be another great place for you guys to learn more about digital transformation. How can you apply digital technologies? Maybe a little more in depth than what I could talk about today. With that, I'll take any questions. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, should you have questions now, you're free to put them forward. There's a question over there. The mic is traveling to you so that our online viewers can also hear what you're saying.
Thank you for the presentation. So, good question is always innovation. So, what is the next biggest innovation in water management by your thoughts to shake the world of water management?
Next biggest one. I would like to see personally that we leverage the adoption of automation technologies better. I don't think we need to focus too much on bleeding edge technologies. I see that the potential for improving how we automate some of the ways we control is still lagging severely behind. If we actually adopt that better, I think we have a lot more opportunity to increase the efficiency and optimization of our systems. Next to big, from a technology perspective, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more on the generative AI technologies, the ChatGPT infused applications. Not necessarily for prediction, but more for engagement. I think it's going to democratize the use of AI solutions for people who are not quite familiar with using AI, because the conversational aspect of the GPT is making it more popular and accessible, right? So that's what we're starting to see. Some of our technology providers are already starting to infuse that, at least the leading ones.
Okay, so do you see any dangerous highly automated systems, AI controlling the treatment of water?
No, I didn't say AI controlling. Okay. AI supporting.
Supporting.
So it's more conversational. For example, if you already have a system that has analyzed your pump stations or whatever you're trying to answer, you can, instead of coding it in, you would probably, hey, which pump is going to be replaced in the next 6 months? It's going to look into your database that are data-driven. It's going to respond back more in a chat style. I know AI is being seen as a magic, but the reality is not magic, right? It's pure math in the background. So we, as part of this research, we are actually all demystifying AI, machine learning. We wanted to say, I mean, there were a few videos that I saw from Singapore. Singapore is pretty advanced in terms of how they are leveraging these solutions. They have specifically put this: AI is not magic, AI is math, right? It's simply everything is what running behind AI is all math. Yes, given that you need to have the models that are accurate, have a better understanding of explainability of those models are critical. But I think you don't necessarily need to have AI for everything that we do. There are really proven solutions just from automation. When I say automation, it's about having a better process control system for a water treatment plant. Many times it's very manual, right? People are just looking at trending, which, physically we cannot actually understand a trend for 6 months and be able to see what's going to happen.
It's like predictive maintenance, what the computer sees better than we do.
Yes.
So I totally agree. It's used in many areas out of water management as well. Thank you for the reply.
It's a great conversation, and we will continue that during the panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I will not take more questions now. Otherwise, we would just need to skip lunch. But none of you would like that, right? So let's move on with our next speaker. How can we move from filling forms to really standardized machine-readable data? What are the benefits of data-based reporting, and how can it affect decision-making? Sulev Tõkke from the Estonian Environmental Board will discuss the opportunities of real-time economy in water management. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sulev Tõkke, and I work as a project manager at the Estonian Environmental Board. And I'm going to talk about data-based reporting and how it is a key component of digitalized water management. So firstly, I will give an overview of water management in Estonia in general. Then I will talk a little bit about real-time economy and data-based reporting. And finally, I will give an overview of the pilot project for data-based water usage reporting. So Estonia has approximately 100 water companies, or maybe even closer to 200, like we heard in the presentation before. And they provide clean drinking water and sewage services to the Estonian public. And you can see their service areas on this map. And the water companies are usually owned by local municipalities, and most of them are quite small. But all of the water companies have to apply for environmental permits, and they have to operate according to conditions specified in these environmental permits. And the water company's permits also determine its reporting obligations, of which there are a lot. There is water quality monitoring, which includes clean water monitoring, wastewater monitoring, the conditions of water bodies that they use, and so on. And then they have to submit quarterly declarations for the amount of clean water and wastewater that they have used. And based on that are determined the environmental fees that the water companies have to pay to the state. And then there are yearly reports, which they have to submit one per environmental permit that they have, and one company can have tens of permits, so sometimes they have to submit like tens of yearly reports every year. And of course, they have other general reports that all companies have to submit, like financial stuff and things like that. So this is a lot of reporting, and all of this, including applying for the environmental permits and submitting reports, is done in the Kotkas self-service environment. Kotkas is a large information system that enables all of this to be done much more conveniently compared to like paper-based administration. Because as you can see, you can fill out the forms digitally. Kotkas is used nationwide, and it can also be accessed by the public. Everyone can go and have a look at the environmental permits that different companies have have and the reports that they have submitted. So this is all like public information. So this is already quite good, but of course there are still problems with the current system. So although we have a digital self-service environment, the data for the reports, like I said, still has to be typed into the forms manually. And for larger water companies, this can mean up to like thousands of data fields per year. And as you can imagine, like manually typing all this data in and submitting it, it takes a lot of time, and inevitably mistakes slip in. The people who check the report, then they have to find these mistakes and let the company know that their report has mistakes in it. And then there can be a lot of back and forth until the reports are finally corrected and accepted. And this process demands a lot of resources from both parties. And of course, data accuracy and timeliness suffers because some reports get accepted more than half a year after the original deadline. And of course, some mistakes may still be left in even after checking the reports. And also one additional problem we have is that currently the public cannot access the data in some processable format. Like the people can only go and look at the data in PDF tables. They cannot access it like in some Excel format or something like that. And that applies to the water companies themselves as well. Once they have submitted the data in these forms, they can only go and look at the PDF files. They cannot get this back so that they could analyze it again. So, but what could be the solution to these problems? The solution is real-time economy, and more specifically, data-based reporting. So to be clear, real-time economy, it does not refer to a specific type or a model of economy. Rather, it is an information-based infrastructure where data on economic transactions is transferred between parties in near real time. And the goal of real-time economy is to replace paper-based business and administrative transactions with automated data exchange. And the real-time economy aims to make business administration and management activities occur automatically in the background and therefore significantly reduce the administrative burden on entrepreneurs. And Estonia is working towards real-time economy in many different sectors, and the management of environmental resources is just one part of it. And so one of the main building blocks of real-time economy is data-based reporting. And this is also the block that is the most interesting to us. And data-based reporting means automatically exchanging standardized machine-readable data instead of manually filling out forms. Because the data required for reporting is usually already stored in some software at the company, and figuratively speaking, the worker at the company should just be able to press a button in their software and send the required data directly to the state in a standardized machine-readable format. So all of this, like typing in the data from one software to another, is actually kind of pointless work that should be cut out. And data-based reporting would improve data quality because it would prevent the mistakes that happen when the data is typed into these forms. And for the company, submitting reports would take considerably less time, and they could focus on other, more productive activities. And similarly, the state institutions should have to spend less time on checking and correcting the reports. And data-based reporting would, of course, also be beneficial for the environment, because if we have data that is up-to-date and of a high quality, then that enables us to make better decisions and react efficiently to changing conditions, which is, of course, especially important in the context of climate change. And so we are currently piloting projects for data-based reporting in water, waste, and air quality management. But I will, of course, focus on the water project. So the pilot project started at the Estonian Environmental Board in the beginning of last year. And our goal is to analyze the possibilities for automatizing the reporting obligations of water companies and to create a prototype for data-based water usage reporting. So basically, we want to prove that this can be done and show how this can be done. And we have a lot of partners in the project. For example, Estonian Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications. We have Estonian Ministry of Climate, Estonian Environment Agency, which is different from the board, the IT Center of the Ministry of the Environment, of course, water companies, we couldn't do it without them, and many other partners. And a little bit about the activities we have done so far. So we began with process mapping. For example, this scheme shows the general life cycle of water usage data from applying for environmental permits to the reporting data ending up at different national and international organizations. I won't go into much more detail right now, but this is just for like illustration. As you can see, how many organizations actually need the data that water companies submit. There are 8 Estonian organizations and 12 international organizations that receive reports from the state that are compiled from the data that water companies submit to us. So, and we have done, of course, thorough interviews and regular communication with all related parties. And we have held different workshops to critically evaluate these processes we have right now and to gather ideas and feedback for the new system. And this cooperation is constantly ongoing. So another important part of data-based reporting is creating a standardized data taxonomy. And this has to be done in a unified way across all public sector institutions. The goal is that all taxonomies of different reports across all sectors had the same structure and used as much as possible same classifiers so that different institutions would not ask the same data many times from one company. Or in other words, that the reporting to the state followed the once-only principle. The data is submitted only once or at least like typed into some software only once, even if it is submitted from software several times. And this standardized taxonomy for water reporting is mostly complete, but we are still gathering feedback and doing some improvements here and there. So as a public procurement, we ordered an analysis to find the possibilities for automating the submission of self-monitoring data, which is a very important part of water usage reporting. And the analysis concluded that the best solution for this is X-road interfaces between laboratory softwares and Kotkas. And X-road is the famous sort of safe channel for submitting data to the state in Estonia and to exchange it between different state institutions. But of course, the downside is that only the largest laboratories have the necessary softwares that they could interface with X-road. So it is only viable for some laboratories. And for the smaller ones, we could create a standardized Excel form that they could send to their clients, and the client could just upload it into Kotkas. So it would automatically read the data from the form, and so they wouldn't have to type it in again. Which is not quite real-time economy, but it would still make reporting easier for the smaller companies. And currently, we have a larger work going on, which is called data-based water management reporting, conducting business and preliminary analysis, and creating prototypes. And the goal of this work is to create solutions for the complete transition to data-based reporting in water management, not just for the self-monitoring data, which we did before, but for the whole picture, and to create a prototype for this solution that would enable us to test the new concept actually in practice. And what are the most important lessons so far that we have learned from this? And it may not come as a surprise, but you cannot underestimate the importance of communication and involvement. So even the smallest water companies in Estonia, they are very eager to come along, and they have helped us and helped to generate ideas. And also involving all kinds of different parties helps us to come up with the best solutions. We have experienced it firsthand in this project. And secondly, initiative and resourcefulness can go a very long way. I have visited many water companies, some small companies in rural areas that have very good IT systems because they have creatively searched for the opportunities to improve their systems. While on the other hand, we have some very large water companies that have much more money, but they are still like mostly operating on Excel because they have not been actively searching for the opportunities to improve the systems that they have. And this shows that so much depends on your own ingenuity, and it motivates us to keep going with this quite complex project as well. So, and finally, a few words about what is coming up. Next year, we will compile and assess the results that we have obtained so far, especially from the prototype. And then we will create an action plan for the actual transition to data-based water management reporting. And in 2025, we plan to develop and implement the new system. And we hope to have the new service at least partially up and running. And to conclude in one sentence, complete transition to data-based water management reporting is difficult, but all parties are eagerly working together towards achieving this goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the audience that we can ask straight away, or should we wait until the panel? Well, if there's no questions now, we can begin with the panel. That's great. So, Sulev, you can take a seat. The panel discussion on the stage is about to begin. I'm happy to ask also Prabu on the stage and Raivo. And we have Oliver joining us online, and also Ott Welsberg, I believe, joins us online. I already see Ott. So let's talk about strategic transitions in water management and adapting digital solutions, topics that we have already touched in our presentations. Ott, perhaps we can start with you, as I see you shining on top of our heads on the screen. How's technology, in your view, transforming the way water quality and water resources are monitored? And in 2023, should we still use Excel forms? Do they fit in the real-time economy toolbox?
So just maybe just to start from the beginning, I think Excel has in some cases its form, and looking back at the work that we've been doing with municipalities both in Estonia but also in various Nordic countries, we see that if you utilize, for instance, IoT and AI and so on, it provides a lot of effort and kind of extremely easy wins. So I remember the time that in Estonia there were times that smart metering, back then Kastrup sensors were implemented, and even this simple approach, which was put on hold for a quite long time, had a tremendously important impact. But at the same time, we've been working with Norwegian municipalities, and they've been trying to measure the water quality and provide this information to citizens. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any tangible input or output because citizens either don't have the necessary knowledge, they don't know where to look for the information and what to actually make out of that. But at the same time, I remember last year we did a gaggle competition on drinking water quality prediction, just to give you one example of what is actually possible. So the problem itself was that the quality of water differs. How can we predict if anything was wrong? And overall, when we did this project, we had over 100 submissions, and there were many different teams, participants. So you can solve problems that the governments and municipalities are facing in a really collaborative way. And when you look at the current state, then a lot of the effort has been going into the automation. So whether it is waste management, wastewater management, managing groundwater quality, and so on. So this is maybe a quick brief introduction to the topic.
Thank you, Ott. Rivo, you work in Tallinn University of Technology. From your research and experience, what are the most promising digital technologies in the scope of real-time water quality monitoring, and how could they contribute to a more sustainable water management?
Well, I think that, well, one aspect that is coming and it's more interesting, where artificial intelligence and machine learning methods can also contribute, is forecasting. So this is actually what, for common people, Nõia Nastja and other psychics are popular because they tell what's future. So it's the same.
Look at the crystal ball or
yes,
cards. Yeah.
But in the AI and machine learning, it's math, as it's explained. So it's not just predicting, it's forecasting. Either the water quality or water quantity, depending on the needs of the user. So I think that this is something that is very crucial, and it has two different scales. It's for water companies, probably it's more important to have the operational view, what's happening in 2 days and things like that. For policymakers, maybe it's more relevant to know what's happening in 2 decades in climate scale. So this is also something that is dealt with the sister project of the CleanEST called AdaptEST, which is also run by Ministry of Climate. So this is something, knowing about the future of water quality and quantity is one aspect, different timescales, and the other aspect, I think, which I feel is important, is having a holistic overview. In terms of Estonia, it means, you know, how much water we have. Not just in Ida-Viru, but also in general. So again, different technologies, but I think with having the holistic overview, we also cannot pass the, let's say, cutting-edge technologies, either modeling, AI, machine learning, or satellite remote sensing. So it's in addition to automated monitoring stations, which are already existing.
I see you also have Oliver Greaveson from the International Water Association joined us. Good to see you, Oliver. Perhaps I could ask, where do you see this untapped resource in water management using technology? I mean, so far we've already today heard that you don't always need to use the most expensive technology. It's more about having the right data and knowing how to use it. So if we know that by the end of the decade, the supply and demand ratio is pretty shockingly, we're missing half of the water that we would need. So where does technology and digitalization actually step in here? How can we perhaps make use of the little resource we have with the digital tools that are in our command?
I'm going to be quite contentious here and say it's not really about technology. Prabhu hit on it in his presentation. You've got to think about the use case, you've got to think about the people, you've got to think about the processes, and you've got to think about technology as well, as part of the whole thing. And you've just asked the question, where can you use technology to address the supply demand. Well, to certain use cases you've got in the UK, certainly there's a lot of smart water metering and empowering people to understand what their water use is and what the water bill is going to be. Actually, on average, you see between 15 to 20% reduction in water consumption. So that's one tool. There's the digital water leakage market is actually quite mature at the minute. And there's a lot of technologies that will help even small utilities. You said there's about 100 utilities in Estonia. It's a market which mirrors countries like Spain, Portugal, the US, where you've got a lot of small utilities. And it empowers those utilities to understand where the water's being used and where to hotspot, say, leakage reduction techniques. So that's just one application. On probably certainly hit on it. For digital water, it's a collection of tools. AI, ML are just one part of that tool set. So I know machine learning is being used in sewer surveys to do what a person could do, but it would take many hours, where the machine learning system can do it a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently. So that is definitely an application. I've seen it in countries where coastal monitoring is very important. We've got E. coli monitoring for bathing water starting to come out in real-time monitoring. So those are the sort of tools that we can use and we can predict and use in terms of digital tools as a decision support, not to replace anybody. So we're not about to have automated wastewater and water treatment works, but to help the technicians and engineers on the ground, yes, in short-term scales, but also in long-term scales as well for asset management and understanding where assets need replacing. And that's where the power of digital lies.
Bravo, I would like to bring the conversation back to you. I mean, what are the key challenges that you see in water management systems transitioning to a more digitalized state? And how can actually those stakeholders who are perhaps used to good old taps, turning them on and off, or good old forms with data, actually navigate these changes successfully? What do we have to do? You already mentioned training, which is a key component. But what else is in the framework?
So let's begin with some of the challenges first. The biggest challenge that we see is a lack of awareness and lack of sometimes alignment between different teams, and then a lack of resources. We may expect a technician or an operator, to adopt a new technology, but then we haven't really put in the time or given them the time to learn and all those things, because they are putting out fires on a daily basis, right? Resource meaning time and commitment. Maybe before we train them on these new technologies, we need to understand how can we relieve them of existing work so that they can actually spend the time. That's a major challenge. I think we don't really talk about the practical aspects of how can we make this a reality, right? Those are real management challenges, in my opinion. The technology is the easiest to piece. And when I talk about alignment, again, same with sometimes the leadership, they go to different conferences and stuff. They come back with, oh yeah, this is all great. I see this case study working. And again, there's a misalignment with what exactly the end users are wanting, what their pain points are, not having that clear alignment between the leadership who wants to push this forward, and then the technicians not having a good understanding of what the needs. That's a major challenge. And then funding is a big one. We have seen it. And this is where we need to have this more collaborative approach, identifying what the different applications of a digital transformation could be for a utility, coming up with different ideas and creating a list of different use cases. And then, again, it has to be done by the end users, right? Not by the leadership, listening from the end users. And this has been very successful when you do it this bottom-up approach. and then prioritize them based on what could be the best value for the utility as well as the team collaboratively, everybody ranking it. Doesn't have to be too complex, but more qualitative, more democratic approach in prioritizing those use cases based on how much it's going to cost, what the value is going to be, how quickly we can train. There are several aspects to how to prioritize those things. Once you have that sort of a roadmap, I think then you slowly implement it. It is not going to happen right away. It takes months. It takes even months to get a proof of concept done sometimes. And I'm sure I was listening to the process map that you were showing. It probably took a few weeks or a few months to identify the steps involved in that process, right? So, I mean, that's just a process mapping. Right? So before you can actually build stuff. So it's going to take time. I think leadership need to understand that it's not an overnight turn on and off. It takes time. A lot of people involved. So having that patience, having the realistic understanding of what will take, realistic understanding and expectations of what is going to be possible in the near term and the long term is critical.
Programming computers and sensors is easy compared to programming people, right?
That is right. It's interesting you mentioned that oftentimes we say, when we talk about pilot your team, not pilot the technology, because you need to pilot the people and the staff involved on how they're going to adopt what their process is, as opposed to the technology.
So Sulev and Rivo, I mean, Estonians are known as being very tech savvy and accepting innovation quickly. Is that true in the case of digitalization water management? How much have you struggled? What's your experience? Who wants to start?
I can go first.
Yeah.
I have visited many water companies in Estonia, and mostly all of them are like very eager to come aboard with digitalization. They see the benefits. They want to help to generate the ideas. They want to participate in like the testing of the prototypes and so on. But of course, there are some that are skeptical. Like they say that there are already some changes every year to the Kotka system, and we don't want any more changes and so on.
Can we go back to our pen and paper, fill the forms?
Yeah, but this is quite rare. Mostly everybody is on board. And the thing that I want to say again is that it doesn't depend actually on like the size of the company or where the company is situated at. Like you can find a very innovative company in some small like rural area in Estonia. So it's all in the mindset of the person, not like something else. So even like money is not the number one thing actually here. If you're creative, you can find solutions to digitalize your company, even if you have like very few resources.
So Rivo, what's the secret sauce? How do you make a company tech savvy, even if they don't have money, even if they're in a small place, just need the right people? Well, that's the easy answer, but how does it actually work?
Well, we've been working with developing monitoring and forecasting services for state and also for private companies. So usually in case of private companies, money talks. If they see benefit from that they substitute the traditional ways of monitoring with more technological, innovative applications, then they are willing to go forward with it. And in a way, the state authorities are also willing to do that. For me, it seems that the key is simplifying the two magical words, AI and machine learning. So it's not ChatGPT that it is developed for water monitoring. It's some specific algorithm that can, for example, forecast water quality or water quantity in some water basin. So this is the key issue, that you take the user requirements, as it's said. So what the user actually wants, and you design the service for that specific need. Otherwise, if you go like take AI and machine learning, then yeah, it's all and it's nothing in that sense. So what the user actually needs, defining that and developing the service for that is the key issue, I think.
When we think about technology, I mean, there are obviously endless opportunities, but is the tech actually there that we need for successful water management? Because again, the challenges are enormous, aren't they? I mean, we're lacking 50% of water by the end of the decade. So where do you still see room for technological innovation, and what are we still missing from the puzzle to actually solve our water management issues? Don't we have, I don't know, enough sensors or sensors that are precise enough that we still need to take the tests to the lab? We can't monitor it on site, or just an open question. Where do you still see the challenges if we skip the human part, right? So I don't know, maybe probably we can start from you.
Sure. I think we have a lot of technologies that we need. Whether we, even sometimes when we are limited with analyzing, sensors versus analyzers, we can deploy soft sensors using machine learning and modeling. From this diverse pool of technology solutions out there, I think we have what we would need to make better decisions when it comes to managing the water quality and then quantity. Yes, there is going to be advances in more real-time monitoring. As Oliver was saying, there is more E. coli online measurements coming out. There are more multi-sensor probes coming out that measures more parameters, much more real-time. Yes, they're all giving you all the information that we need, but is it really limiting us for us to be more efficient? I would say no. I think we have enough. I think once we have the people on board, it's similar to our, how do you want to be healthy, right? Everybody knows, right?
We're not just doing it.
Exactly. We have everything that we need. Eat healthy, sleep well, and then exercise and do this and that. So same way, I think we have what we need, in my personal opinion. Definitely the technology is going to continue to advance. 10 years from now, digital is going to be more quantum. I mean, you might have seen the advances in quantum computing. When that's come into place, it's going to be much more advanced. We will have a lot more power in computation, a lot more abilities when it comes to predictions and forecasting and optimization. Yes, it's going to be better, but we need to start with what we have and have that framework in place, have the mindset in place for people to continue to be more evolving as we get more better technologies.
You guys agree that it's more about implementing, not innovation, right? We don't have to figure out new solutions, we just need to put them to work for us.
In principle, yeah, I agree that we can innovate, but it's the cutting edge science, okay, that's where we can innovate endlessly. But within this project, and we actually need to implement the technologies that have been developed. And to add on to your remark about the data, so I like the saying that there is a lot of data, but not enough information. So this is, I think, the critical issue that we have been measuring and modeling a lot, but actually turning this data into the information, which is the basis for different decision-making processes, this is the challenge, I think.
Ott, now you're very passionate about AI, machine learning. Will artificial intelligence help us generate information from data, or is that still a task for us poor humans?
So to some certain degree, we are already utilizing AI in Estonia as well, from remote sensing and so on. So if we talk in sense of kind of LLMs or ChatGPT and so on, then I think information dissemination, this is something that we can do a lot more than we have done so far. So if we go to the States, they are utilizing if this then that, just from the water measuring leakage, notifying people of potential problems with their water gardening and so on. So how are we going to utilize the information or data that we do have and actually making sense to people, notifying of potential leaks, opportunities, and so on? I think this is something that really aligns what has been told previously as well. It's really about people, because if we did the study across the different Nordic countries, we saw as well that there are many different examples. It is not, and this was already 4 or 5 years ago. So back then it wasn't the question about existence of technology, it was rather about implementation. So just to give an example, Velia, a municipality in Denmark, they have a lot of problems with flooding. They thought about how they are going to utilize the data to control water clocks and so on, how to actually make sure that the flooding doesn't affect different areas, notify people. Similarly, in the States, Virginia Beach, they notified people. People took actually actions based on that. But go back even a few weeks ago when we had the storm in Estonia. It was talked weeks before that we are going to have a storm, act on it, nothing happened. And then people are surprised that actually the storm happened. So I'm again going back to raising awareness. And this is something that we should address even in the primary school early on. And this is kind of a universal thing that we need to cover.
When considering the digitalization of water systems, should we also talk about cybersecurity? I mean, is it paramount in ensuring the safety and integrity of water infrastructure, or is this again a field where we see ghosts and are afraid of possible abuses and attacks that we shouldn't really think about that much? Oliver, what's your take on that? How important is cybersecurity in water management, and are we actually living already in a world full of risks that we perhaps are not acknowledging?
With cyber, I think it very much depends upon the data and the use case. So if you're talking about a customer and their bank accounts, then it's absolutely sacrosanct, and we've got to protect those as if a banking level security. If it's a flow meter on a wastewater treatment plant that doesn't control, who cares? At the end of the day. However, if that's a level sensor that's controlling on a reservoir or controlling the level, then again, yes, if you hack that and change the data, you can have very large consequences. So you've got to look at what are the consequences of that being hacked, and as we do in engineering, we'll do a hazard of operations study. If there's no real impact, who cares about it? If there is an impact and it can have a large effect on a system, then absolutely we have to protect it.
I see Ott is becoming passionate there behind the screen. Ott, your thoughts on cybersecurity?
So I'm actually looking at it maybe a little bit even broader than just cybersecurity. It's a question about national security. So we've been talking about how important water preservation access is. And considering the Ukrainian crisis that we have seen, it's rather about balancing kind of a middle point between being open and between the security itself, because this information can be used by forces that want to really take out the infrastructure, do a lot of bad. So we need to, in my opinion, pay more consideration to national security, also the potential for intelligence gathering and so on. And here, it might require that we are rethinking about what are the some of the measures that we are going to take. How open can we be considering these requirements from our end? So I'm pro open data. I've been always been, but there are a lot of security concerns that we need to take into consideration. So I wouldn't say who cares. We need to understand that there are both opportunities, but there are also risks that can be used.
Sulev, do you see that our system of digital water management is possibly under threat, or have we closed all the possible loopholes that you can think of? How much energy have we been putting into cybersecurity and water management?
Well, I haven't heard of any problems in that regard, and I'm not quite an expert on this, but I believe that we are, of course, like trying and working to make everything as secure as possible. But of course, the people who would like to attack the systems are always working as well. So we have to like, constantly keep on working and improve this. And I think that well, most of the data in the Kotka system is already public, so there are just some things that aren't, but most of it is already. But the more we digitalize, the more important it becomes. So, for example, like in real-time economy, you don't want like some third party stepping into the process and like manipulating with the data that is being shared in the background and so on. So I think that as the time goes on, it will become more and more important. And also in a technical side, like you don't want someone like hacking into a wastewater treatment plant and like disrupting the process there. So
that could turn nasty really quick. Yeah. Rivo, what are your thoughts on cyber threats or national threats, as I put them? I mean, is it a national security concern, digitalizing water management?
Well, I think that the borderline with the threatened area and non-threatened areas, when we're talking about, let's say, environmental data, so it's water levels, flow rates, things like that, then it's all open and public, so and everybody can see it from either satellite observations that the European Union is providing or other sources, open data. But the trick is when it becomes a resource, so that it's an input for companies and for users. I think this is where it's like should be protected, and I assume, not an expert again, but is protected somehow, that information and data. So the line between when the environmental information becomes a company input or resource information. How much water, what kind of water, what are the resources, and things like that. So.
Probably you can wrap this conversation on cybersecurity. I mean, I guess we acknowledge the threats, but are we sometimes overprotecting our data, or is it, I don't know, on the other side, too widely available? Do you believe in like this open data necessity?
I think it has to go back to more from a risk management perspective, cybersecurity. Going back to some of the technologies, threats are only increasing on a daily basis, and same goes to the technologies that are protecting are also keeping up with it. And going back to should we be more open? I think we should be from a perspective of looking at what the risk of sharing the data is going to be. It is definitely more of a national security because we're dealing with public health and public safety. From that perspective, in the US, CISA, the cyber infrastructure, I forgot the name of it, but they have been mandating on how to build a cybersecurity framework, and they've even brought in machine learning and what that AI-based framework should be part of it. So I think we shouldn't get away from cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has to be an integral part of any solution development. I know there is a lack of awareness in how secure we are. I think it goes back to educating everybody on machine learning. We need to educate on cybersecurity. I think there is a saying that we always say cybersecurity is everybody's business, not just IT's business, right? Everybody needs to be aware of it. I think at some point we are all used to two-factor authentication these days. So that's just simple one, and it's really powerful, right? It protects you from data breaches in every possible way. Same goes for OT, operational technologies. We have technologies in place that can actually protect you pretty strongly from cyber attacks, right? Just having that comfort, having an understanding of what's better, what will work for you, how exposed you are or not exposed is essential.
Dear panelists, thank you so much. I'm afraid this is all we have time for. Dear audience, thank you so much for your patience. You actually managed to let us speak for 5 minutes longer than was in the schedule, and you're still all here. So thank you very much. We will continue the conversation now over lunch. So all those questions that you have in the back of your mind can be asked over some food, which is always nice. I like to talk over lunch. Before we embark on a short break, I kindly remind you to take part in our little scavenger hunt, but again also make use of the opportunity to network, make new contacts or warm up old ones. We will return at 1 o'clock and we'll focus on the funding opportunities in the water sector then. Thank you so much. There's something I really like about Narva. I mean, many things, obviously, but the fact that you have minced meat pies in the center of a dessert table is something special. We're going to discuss about money, whether there's going to be any meat in our pies or jam in our candies in the future. This is the key focus of not meat, not jam, but water management money of our second session. And our first speaker in this session is an expert in financing and in investment within the water management sector. With a focus on sustainable practices, he has played a pivotal role in overseeing significant funding allocations, both from the European Union, but also national sources to support a range of projects. Tanel Oppi, the floor is yours.
I think it's proper to say good afternoon. Yes, it's after the lunch, and I'm actually delighted to see that a lot of you have made it back here. So, dear participants here on site and also everybody who is following us online. As already I was introduced, my name is Tanel Oppi. I'm coming from Estonian Environment Investment Center. And as you can see from slide over there, my daily work is that I'm working in grants and services. I'm head of a department there, and my colleagues are working on a daily basis closely together with the water sector, municipalities, and water companies to help them to realize all the good ideas, the projects that need to be funded. I would also like to say thank you to the organizers that you have asked us to come here and to share our insight into this topic, because, well, although I would like to say that talking about money is about the same as we heard before the lunchtime in a panel talking about technology, that is, it shouldn't be one of the, so to say, central points of a discussion. We should talk more about content, and I'm completely in agreement with you there. But nevertheless, we all know how to dream, but it's about do we have necessary resources and knowledge to realize these dreams. But I would actually like to start or go back maybe also to some ideas that we saw in the morning, because just talking about money and the big numbers, yes, I have one or two big numbers in my presentation for you. It kind of shifts the focus from the important. I won't go actually too much into detail here. It pretty much sums up and repeats all the necessary ideas or good ideas about the focus where we should head in the future. That also in previous presentations, colleagues here have pointed out. What I would like to do is just to summarize it and point out that maybe the most important part over there is how, and actually not the second point there, fixed financing at reasonable service price, which kind of relates back to what I'm talking about, but in my opinion, the first one, sufficient professional staff, smart tools and technology. People with professional stuff. And most important, before we get to the professional stuff, that they have been trained, they have experience, and they are working in a sector, they need to get there. We need awareness in the society about the problem, that we actually have a problem, and we need that the people, the young people actually get motivated and go and actually start to work there in the sector, in water companies, in municipalities on this topic. Afterwards, most of the things also related to the financing will find their solution. It's mostly about people, in my opinion. But I must say that maybe, and again, I refer back to the discussion that we had before the break, awareness about water management issues, that it actually is an issue, is very low in a society, and we need to find some kind of solutions how to raise it. But after this short introduction, let's look back very shortly on some numbers and then draw some conclusions and see how it helps us further. I won't go back into a very beginning of Environmental Investment Center, which is in the beginning of 2000s, and talk about all the funding that we have provided since then in forms of grants and loans from EU and national sources. That would be a little bit too much for the very scarce time limit that I have here. I'm looking back only on the very last and then currently in its very final ending budgeting period since 2014. As you can see, we have received here in Estonia a significant amount of EU funding, almost 182 million euros, which we have invested in through grants into water ecosystems. Again, won't stop here on these examples. You can see them, at least Estonian participants from a sector. You probably are very well aware also of the projects that were funded through this money. Besides EU funding, also significant amount of Estonian own national funding has gone into the sector, almost 96 million euros. And then if you look at the difference, mostly it's overlapping, but EU money was mostly invested into a bigger scale projects, areas with over 2,000 inhabitants, and national funding into smaller ones. And besides that, and now I will reach back to the beginning of 2000s, our organization has also a small loan portfolio, which was created to support the municipalities and water companies, so they could actually take advantage of these grants. At the moment, the size of this loan portfolio is 57 million euros. It will be active until 2037, if I'm not mistaken. And we are not actively giving out any loans anymore, but who knows, maybe in the future, even in the near future, it's again a necessity, and then we can talk about this point again. When we narrow down our scope and look at the grants that were invested into the water infrastructure in this period, the amounts, of course, get a little bit smaller, but as you can see, not so much. I won't actually discuss about how it's divided throughout the years, and then that 2017 and 2019 have been actually very good years for the sector, as you can see from the usage of money. What I would like to point out here is that where we started and actually where we are at the current year. We started out from a point where, based on the national investments in 2014 into grants, in 2014 the overall funding was just 7.6 million euros. Throughout last 9 years and almost 210 million euros. Later, we are at the point where we are talking about even less money in the sector, at least coming from grants for investments. So this is a reality that we are living here today. And although we are talking about here today about necessary projects, where to head to and what kind of... Okay, that wasn't me actually. And where to head to with very important goals in the future. That is one of the realities we must consider and actually discuss what could be the possible solutions there. A little bit bright side also, after this a little bit dark consideration that there is actually a shortage of money at the moment. All the good outcomes, not all, but most significant good outcomes that we had since 2014. Well, a lot of people, 75,000, have served with with clear and high-quality drinking water. A lot of people, 85,000, have been provided with proper wastewater treatment, and so on. And this number of money I already mentioned there. What is also important maybe is that all these investments were made through a little bit more than 300 investment projects. And besides that, also more than 6,000 households have actually enjoyed some benefits of it, and they have joined good drinking and wastewater network with a support, some support of this grants money. I won't stop here. These are just 2 projects out of these 302, and these are definitely not the only one that are good examples. All the 300 are good examples, just to bring you out that all the work that our partners who actually have done all this work on site with grant money supporting them, that it has been a pretty big work, and I think that we actually should appreciate it a lot. So, for the last few minutes that I have here, maybe I would like to just to share with you some takeaways and some challenges that we have learned throughout these years, especially in last few years. But some of them actually go back to also the very beginning. Well, on this slide, from these takeaways and lessons learned, I would half of it at least summarize maybe as some bureaucratic takeaways and lessons. For example, the slow investment design process here on the corner, well, all the time or in every beginning of each budget year or budgetary period, if we take it a little bit wider, we dream about, we are talked to about that everything will be a little bit better streamlined and maybe even simpler and so on. Well, the lesson learned is that it's on the contrary. We have more restrictions, which usually make it a little bit harder much harder for us and also for the beneficiaries actually to take this money into usage, and this actually shortens also a period of time where we can use this money. So if we talk about plans, this is something that we have to keep in mind. Well, with panic advance payments, won't go into detail there. I think the most important lesson there is that actually state aid is a topic when we talk about grants. These projects are state aid projects. This means that there are restrictions. These restrictions have been tightened up throughout the years, and this means that we have to actually be very well targeting these projects, and we also have to be very clear about what we are supporting. So this is something that we also have to keep in mind. These inflation, price increases, technical changes, I think these are quite obvious that especially in last years, because of war in Ukraine, before that the COVID crisis and so on, this has taught us and also our partners who are implementing the projects that very good risk management is actually a necessity. Previously, very few people thought about these risks. Now this is a reality where we live in. Then Public Procurement Act interpretations, well, those of you who have been in a role of beneficiary, probably you know what I'm talking about, that as with state aid, also with public procurement, the rules are tightening, also interpretations of it, and this means that also the projects are implemented a little bit slower, and also the risks are there a little bit higher. Then no one should be left behind. Well, also the small projects, also the small companies, also the small municipalities need to be funded, and maybe even a little bit more attention, because in the longer run they have to be able to cooperate on the same level with the bigger ones. We have to be the same. We need to have the same level of competence. So definitely we need to have also some attention to them. And then coming to my last slide, just a few words about challenges. As I showed you a few slides ago, that over the last 9 years, EU funds and also Estonian state money altogether have been more than 200 million euros. If you divide it up over the years, you roughly get the necessity for money. A very, 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 very moderate estimation that we have. And almost everybody in the sector says that this number is too small now, is that actually at least 15 million euros are needed per year. So we have a problem there, obviously. Then there is a subsidy trap, of course. When we think about EU money, it's not an endless money, and then we need to think about some kind of alternatives, how we exit this, where the necessary investments that I mentioned just a few seconds ago in the first point actually are going to come from. And this is something that we need to address, because this is already necessary only for maintaining the current service level, not to talk about the nice, bright future that we are here discussing. And again, I would like to point out that smaller municipalities and also smaller water companies, they are definitely flexible. Being small usually has a lot of benefits, but when we talk about big investments, that actually this sector needs a lot of cooperation in the future. Maybe even joining of companies is necessary. Won't go too much into detail here. We have an ongoing water service reform starting here in Estonia, and I really hope that some kind of solution in next few years will come there. And for the last point, won't stop here, just say that actually green transition at the moment is one of the possibilities for funding. If we are flexible, if we see it as a possibility, not a problem. Also in this sector here, this might be, at least for the coming years, a possibility to have more projects and also to bring this kind of another jump in service quality. So, I will also be joining here panel in a few minutes or after a few presentations, so I think that questions I can take there if necessary. And at the moment, I would just like to say to you thank you. And it has been very nice to be here.
Thank you very much, Tanel. Well, you kind of solved the question part. I was going to ask the audience if they have questions, but as you said, you're refusing them and only taking them in the panel, which is fine, because we don't have too much time. We'll leave the questions part indeed for the panel. But the last slide that was on, I mean, before the thank you slide, of course, raised many questions for me. So it would be extremely interesting to hear answers to some of those. Now, we will now look at two good examples of the value of data and good governance. First, I'm pleased to invite onto the stage Erik Kosankranius, who's the Deputy Director General at the Estonian Environmental Board, and he brings with him a wealth of knowledge and experience in the realm of environmental governance and data management. He is already here, so you have the floor.
Thank you. If somebody wants to take snaps, so it's okay after lunch. To be clear, I'm not talking about the money or financing. So maybe it's disappoint you, but you know, if there is a lack of money, no carrots, then there is a sticks. And definitely environmental board have some own sticks really behind, but we can use them. My task is really in this 15 minutes to explain how the data help us to contribute to the good governance, and I will do this using very precise example. I use for this example our information system. Sulev already started a previous session explaining what we are planning to do. Now I'm explaining or telling you what functionalities we already implement. And I'm even more precise. I go to process of permitting, which is our core process. Okay, maybe it's good to say where I'm from. I'm from Environmental Board, and as agencies and boards in the different countries have the different responsibilities. So we're responsible on permitting, organizing environmental protection, forestry, radiation safety, making inspections, and what else? Okay, collecting environmental fees, which is then used to finance some good projects, but also to finance state activities. We have 580 persons working in our organization, and we are acting under the Ministry of Climate. I think that this slide reflects very well why we need the permitting. That's the core issue. There is always a problem, there is always actors in the market, and we need to push them to do the things in the right way, to minimize environmental risks and improve our nature. I think that the green streams mean that there is a good conditions, but there is a lot of yellow and red ones, which mean that we have a long way to go. And this is just the positive side of the picture. You can take it in another way. Yeah, next. our workload, which hopefully give the feeling what kind of problems or what kind of tasks we face every day. We have around 1,900 water permits. Our customers have them, and 190 industrial emission permits, IAD permits. In addition, they have hundreds of waste registrations, and every year we carry out 400 inspections. And every year around 400, 450 new permits of updating applications is submitted to our system. We have deadlines for the permitting process established by law. So in 90 days, we need to submit the permit, or in 180 days, we need to submit approve the application for industrial emission directive permits. And without digitalization and standardization, automatization, we will not be able to do this work adequately with our 50 person. So there is 580 people working in our employees, working in our organization. Only 50 is dealing with water issues. Okay. There are several prerequisites for good governance, and I personally consider most important of them be the transparency, inclusion, efficiency, and rule of law. And following, I will go through some of those aspects. Companies and individuals who wish to apply environmental permit or update it must use in Estonia's special information system. In this environment, permit applications, drafted and issued permits, related monitoring data, and annual reports are available to the public. So you can see it from the system. If you're a professional, you can download them from the open source channel, JSON or MXLS format. And what it guarantees, social control over the permitting process, environmental information more accessible to the community, environmentalists, and also competitors and other state institutions. So, for example, if you apply the money for agricultural cohesion fund, then those institutions are available to check are certain permits already valid or applied for the certain organization or the enterprise. Everyone should get early overview of what is being planned, what are public authorities' considerations, and how the company will later perform within the framework of the given permit. I personally believe that it's helped to reduce the risk of corruption also, which is definitely the biggest threat for the good governance. This screenshot just showed the public interface, like everybody can see it, and then you can go and monitor, take a look to the reports which are submitted by the different companies, and it's are related not only the water companies but also the waste companies, power plants, and so on and so on. And even if the state agency, our employers are ignoring this kind of information, the third party could raise the questions based on this public information. And this slide shows the compliance with the requirements established by the permit. So user can immediately see whether the performance meets with the requirements, and if more detail, go and see what in this monitoring package are not in compliant. So you can see there is not last, but one before the last column, yeah, which means yes or no. If there is a no, you can go and see exactly where there is a problem with this company. It's the kind of chemicals are too high, or there is some other indicators. Second, participation. Yeah, there are another critical assumption or the prerequisite is inclusion. We try to minimize the loss of information during the sometimes very long-term and extensive and multi-party proceedings. And for this person, all correspondence, all documents are put into the same folder or related to the same permit procedure. And we have developed our own system in a way that automatically the notification is sent to the landowners who are close to the factory or the water taking place. So we can send them the notification, and they are informed that there is plan to apply the permit or change the permit, and then they involved in the process. And then you can see here that there is already a list. This is not the public view, it's the screenshot of the authorities side of the system. So there is automatically a list of the landowners which are close to the facility. You can see it from the map. You can pick owners, landowners, or the interest parties which are a bit far, but there is no border contact, but you see it important to involve. And you can automatically send the notification using our citizen register. If the person have activated its email address, he or she got the message immediately, and our employees see if it's okay, it's green. If the message is coming back, then it's red. There is some error problem, and he can use the ordinary mail system then. Okay. Good governance depends on efficiency and how we implement our system for this purpose. As I mentioned before, we have set the deadlines for our permitting process, but we monitor it very detailed way. The data of the different actions has been built into the data warehouse, and with help of analytical tool, we use Tableau. I think that there is a different ones. You can monitor due date, permitting procedures, duration of actions, and workload of managers carrying out the permitting. And of course, we have other measures also. We share this data warehouse information with environmental agency. We have the same front office or customer service together with environmental agency. In addition, we continually simplify reporting environment for our customers. Simply put, we create opportunities for them to save the time, which was explained by Sulev. The customers can choose to transfer their water data analysis directly from the laboratory in our system. And we are developing this system definitely future and future. There you can see this screenshot of the dashboard of manager, our first level manager. The manager can see overall achievement of 2023 performance goals. We have the performance goals that the permitting must keep in the deadlines. So 291 permits have submitted, and 91% of dues are given deadline in the given deadline. We can see the processing volume of different employees, as well how they perform concerning the deadline. So if there is a red, for example, Kai Ginter have done everything very well, but either have to problematic or challenging, but let's say challenging permitting processes underway, and also the status of the processes. Application under review, processing, completed or interrupted. And yeah, standardization is one thing which help us to be more efficient. There is a predefined templates and procedural algorithms which help us to increase the efficiency. For example, there's already a list of people, checklist of different stages of the work and a recommended time cost. And if the employer just put the names of the responsible person, then the system is activated and all the information and tasks are sent to choose people who are determined to be part of the permitting process. Rule of law. For us, it's many ways subjecting all procedures to the same rule. It also means data-driven assessment and monitoring. And thanks of the digitalization, the entire procedural chains, it is easier to apply the same rules. Making exemptions is immediately detected and disputable. And one side note that state institutions can effectively achieve their goals only with the support of society, and this requires the trust of citizens. And trust-based, certainly, the rule of law. And we are happy that we have the very high trust level in Estonia. We are not the level of police or the border guard yet, but we see that making such systems help us to be more accepted by the society. And this is the example we show that if there is problems with the companies, this data is, they don't fill their obligations. This data will be transferred also to the inspectors. The inspectors can do their job to visit the factories. They make their reports, and there is a loop back so we can update the permits or even make the proposal to the ministry to change the regulation. And last slide, a few words about the future. We have a lot of data and we would like to use it more. We are working on that. I think that one key topic is how to use this data to assess the risks related to different companies. So we can nudge them and also target our inspections more precisely. Second, I would like the water companies to collect and share information in the real time, which was mentioned already before. This will increase credibility of this sector and help to react more quickly in the case of problems. We want to digitalize the environmental impact assessment, create better algorithms for assessing significant impacts, do a preliminary assessment or use assistant for that, the AI solutions, and turn hundreds of pages of environmental impact reports into the machine-readable data. And we are looking for the ways that in future agriculture e-field books will be used to make decisions and assess risk related to the agriculture. So we want to develop really kind of data ecosystem which support good governance, and we will be more valuable for the Estonian society. Sometimes, perhaps we will be able to report that all water bodies are in a good condition, and partly thanks to the good data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now get an overview from the Lithuanian perspective on water management. Tomas Elvis is a senior advisor on water and subsoil questions from the Lithuanian Ministry of Environment. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomas Žilys. I'm senior advisor in Ministry of Environment of Lithuania. So I would like to do a short presentation on water resource management and what's the state of our river and lakes and some legislation. So according to our legal regulation in water law and law in marine protection, contains a provision that medium-term strategic planning document must be, medium strategic document must be prepared. So against this, we confirm the National Water Section Plan for 2022 and 2027 at the end of last year. And it is a general plan setting out the main objectives and targets for the implementation of 4 directives. So it's Water Framework Directive, LETS Directive, Marine Strategy, and Nitrates Directive. And of course, it also implements the EU Green Deal, SDG subjective, and national strategy, such as Lithuanian government program. So, in order to ensure good status of groundwater, surface water bodies, and the Baltic Sea, and also to reduce threat posed by floods, and to enable all Lithuanian residents of a country to have access to safe and quality drinking water, the plan sets out 5 objectives. And objectives and planned measures for development of a water field. The first planned objective is to improve the status of surface and groundwater bodies. Second one is to achieve and maintain good environmental status of Baltic Sea. Third objective is to reduce the risk of floods. 4 is to plan and strengthen the water body management system and control compliance with Lithuanian and international water obligations. And 5th is to ensure high-quality public drinking water supply. So the plan sets out who achieves those objectives, the financing, and the deadline of their implementation. It may be mentioned that one of the shortfalls of this plan is that we delay in adoption of this plan, and we're late for reporting Commission for all 4 directives. So it's quite not very good, and in next period we think that we will do some analysis, and maybe after 6 years, it will be in 2028, we will reduce law, and we will do some 2 or 3 strategic documents. So one will be for Baltic Sea, other will be for surface water, surface and ground water bodies, and third maybe for floods. So as for river basement management plans, we will probably agree that entire water management process starts and depends on the data. So if we don't have sufficient and reliable data, we cannot properly assess the situation and determine the need of objectives and measures. So in Lithuania, the data is one of the most important factors limiting the implementation of measure. We still miss a monitoring data from rivers and lakes. Not all surface bodies are covered by monitoring. So I think this algorithm shows the best road how we need to achieve environmental goals. So without first three components, we cannot determine necessary measures to succeed for good water status. So what we have now in 2040 and 2090, we improve our data collection. We collect data for more than 1,000 surface bodies, and still 35 surface bodies, only 35 surface bodies have reached good status. But about 100, not about 100 groundwater is in good status in Lithuania. And it's worth mentioning that, I don't know Estonian situation, but in Lithuania almost 100% of consumers receive groundwater not from the surface bodies. So we use only one place where in Klaipėda is near the sea. The replenishes part of the water we take from surface body. So now here we see the 3 periods of management cycle. What can I say? That we can compare first cycle and 2 others, because and first cycle was the first cycle, and it was like walking in a dark room when blindfolded. So we don't have proper solution, proper criteria for monitoring, for calculation, and so on. So what about criteria? So some facts. The criteria for good ecological status are not met by the Nemunas river basement district, 47 of rivers and 63 of lakes %. Lielupė, it's worst of our, I go back just to show you. Lielupė, it's a river basement district in a north one. So it's 94 of rivers and 95% of lakes doesn't reach a good status. So it's very, very big percentage. So when the Environment Protection Agency experts and scientists analyze the changes in a good ecological status of water bodies in a third river basement district management period, it was found that 54 of river water bodies in Lithuania had not changed their status, 13 improved, and 33% has deteriorated. And what about lakes? So 50% of lakes has not changed, 10 improved, and 39% get worse. And from our opinion, it's several reasons for that drastic condition change. One of them, and very important, is amount of data. Throughout the 3 management cycles of river basement districts, the exploration of our water bodies was increased. The more data we collect, the fuller the picture we saw. And maybe that's one of the reasons that the percentage dropped. The collection of more data, particularly hydromorphology, has shown that water bodies are inferior to those initially expected expertly. And what I want to say that less reliance on theoretical expert assessment, the status of some water bodies has been assessed more robustly. So other factors, natural climate factor. In these two periods, we have many extremes, drought, hydrologic situation, and so on and so on. So we think that this could reflect in the state of water. And hydrologic regime is also belongs to the rainfalls. So we have a lot of rainfalls in last period. Agriculture is very intensive in the north, in Lielupe district. So, as I said, the percentage is terrible. But in this north Lielupe RBD, we have land cultivated about 60 or 70%. So it's quite. It's not quite. It's very big percentage. About first status. So here is data how many water bodies are currently covered by monitoring. So now we cover 63% of river water bodies, 88% of later water bodies, and 100% of transitional and coast water. So dealing with gaps, what we could say about that. So in Lithuania, we group of water bodies for purpose of ecological status assessment. We not monitor every surface body, because if one body it's in a good status, one lake or one river is in a good status, so we think that we can group several lakes in a good ecological status and do some only few monitoring points. And also we cooperation with neighbors, only of course with Poland and Latvian colleagues, with the data exchange. What about modeling? It's just few words because Environmental Protection Agency working on that. So SWOT model is used in Lithuania for modeling status, but it have quite big problems. It couldn't capture phosphorus. It's no good for lakes. It can't modulate fertilizers, and data of unimportant inputs is missing, and accuracy is insufficient of it. So we use it, but it's quite problematic. So problems related to data scarcity. The demand of measures cannot be estimated, especially hydromorphological measures. And application of the examination cannot be properly justified. So now we're still improving criteria, especially on hydromorphologic data, to do good quality measures. But in Lithuania, we have not new physical modification to water bodies from when the directive comes to law. So I think all modification were ended in 1996, 1997. And we have not identified new bad water body physical modification at this time, and no projects, of course, of modification are planned. And in this period, in some maybe next or in 2 years, we are planning to try analyze how to segregate these water bodies, which will never reach good water status, and we'll implement Article 4 and 5 and Article 4 and 6 on this. So now, good news what we have done and where we're going. So in 2019, the Code of Good Agriculture Practice updated. Methodology for fertilization plants and a database for fertilization declaration have been created. It's not mandatory. It's a problem, but Agriculture Ministry, who is responsible for that, promise for us that it will be mandatory in near future. So in near future is from 2019, I think. And strategic plan was adopted in Common Agriculture Policy. Hydromorphological alternations. So we have funding mechanisms created for municipalities to remove absolute dams and amendments in water law requirements to remove absolute dams and install fish passes on functional dams. Install fish passes on a functional dams and in water law was from 2026, but now in our SEMAS is some changes, and they try to do it that the start of installing fish passes will be at 2030. So we'll see how it goes. Also, ecological and socio-economical assessment of dams carry out. Now we remove dams in 3 rivers and fish passes installed on 6 dams. And river restoration projects carried out in 42 of rivers. And last one was I wanted to say 42 of rivers, it's soft restoration projects. It's not hard. It's like some to put some wood or some stones in a river, not some digging and restore a river. And near future plans. So LIFE IP water project, I think, will be signed this year. It's 99% that it will be signed. And it will be a very big support for National Water Section Plan, ensuring elimination or mitigation of significant impacts of prevailing pressures and facilitate competences and consolidation of excellence from environmental institutions, NGOs, and do some pilot projects. And what about water connections? So we have 63 agglomerations where we need to achieve 6% of connections. So 33 agglomeration is achieved and 30 is in progress. But we have in this sector quite a lot of money, so I think it will go good. And in this year, we ending wastewater managing information system register, and it's planned to set up a system of supervising of individual wastewater management to involve municipalities, persons providing maintenance and services of facilities, so that as much of the
wastewater that is not collected centrally is managed and does not deteriorate the state of environment. So that was my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take the questions during the panel, as agreed with our previous speaker. European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, or in short, SINEA, plays a key role in supporting the EU Green Deal through the efficient implementation of its delegated programs. And our next speaker, Federico De Filippi, will discuss the funding opportunities in the water sector. We have him on the screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess I will have to share my screen. I understand so. Okay. View. Sorry. Okay. I am Federico De Filippi. I work as a project advisor, as said, in SINEA European Executive Agency for Climate, Infrastructures and Environment. Precisely, I work in the Unit D2, Life Environment, in the theme of nature and circular economy. I will try to present briefly the LIFE program. 15 minutes is indeed not enough. Usually we have one, it takes more than one day to present all the features of the program, but I will try to be as synthetic as possible and focused on the water theme. But first of all, quick hint on the overall program, the LIFE for the programming period 2021-2027 has a budget, manages on behalf of the Commission a budget of 5.53 billion euros, and it's divided into 4 main sub-programs. Nature and biodiversity, circular economy and quality of life, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and clean energy transition. So as you can see, the program encompasses all the environmental and climate issues. One of the main feature of the LIFE program, which is interesting for you to know, is on the box top right, the kind of projects that the LIFE program funds, which are aimed to develop and demonstrate innovative technique and approaches or best practice, and also to catalyze the large-scale deployment of successful solution. Another important feature of the LIFE program is that project beneficiaries, who are the entities that are funded by the program, are equally distributed between private entities, enterprises, NGOs, and public authorities. I will focus particularly on the sub-program Circular Economy and Quality of Life, which is, in my opinion, the one that offers the major part of opportunities for having projects funded in the water sector. As you can see, the sub-program in the central box, the sub-program contributes to a large scope of environmental sectors, so green and circular economy, water obviously, noise, air, chemical, industrial accidents, marine and coastal management, soil and waste. Another important issue is that the LIFE program supports technologies and solutions that are ready to be implemented in close to market condition. What does this mean? This means that the LIFE program finances projects that are close to full-scale implementation and that want to have a boost in their implementation. This is both for technological projects that could contribute to urban wastewater treatment or other kind of projects that would deal, for example, with marine pollution, that would deal with flood risk management and so on. I was saying that it's quite difficult to discuss all the LIFE projects. Just to let you know, here we have different kind of grants and of funding. The main grants, the most important, are the action grants that are focused on particular initiatives in well-defined projects. We have different kinds. We will focus today on the standard action projects that are the typical LIFE traditional projects. But we will have also a small hint on the strategic integrated projects, which are like the CleanEST that is funding this initiative, that is hosting us today, for example, is a strategic integrated project on water. Also, we have heard from the previous speaker that Lithuanian water strategic integrated project is about to be signed and to kick off. So best wishes for that. But there are also other kind of projects. I will not, today I don't have the possibility to discuss all of them. As said here, one of the aim of LIFE is to promote either innovative techniques, methods and approaches, or also the application of best practices. In the water sector, most of the projects that are being funded regard innovative techniques, methods and approaches. I will show you briefly now also what kind of best practices are admitted. Important to know is that LIFE funds the 60% of the overall cost of your project. So we will not, there is an important part of co-funded that must be provided by project applicants. Now, we said that the LIFE program in the circular economy and quality of life sub-program encompasses a lot of different environment sector. Here, we will focus on the water sector, obviously. Now, what are the main policies that are being addressed by the LIFE projects? Of course, we provide project topics within our call for proposal, but applicants are free to choose the theme of their project, of course. So we can say that in this diagram, the Water Framework Directive, which is the top rectangle on the left, is the mostly addressed policy. But we can see that also the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive has quite an important role. And I would notice on the far right that water use following the new regulation of 2020 from the European Commission is being a lot addressed in the latest calls. Let's see the average cost of the LIFE program, the LIFE projects in the water sector. We can see that the EU contribution is around 1.5 to 2 million euros. And it is variable through the years, but we can see that generally the projects have a tendency to be more expensive and in order to have a wider impact as time goes by. Let's focus now on the thematic areas. We have three main areas of activity in the water sector. This is water quality and quantity. Then we have marine and coastal water management, and then we have water services. Let's focus now on the quality and quantity. We can see that your LIFE project can address the improvement of water quality, either of organic or of chemical pollutants. Usually it is preferred to tackle the pollution at source if possible, but also other techniques are, of course, admitted. It must be said that this improvement of water quality must be identified in your river basin management plan in order to enjoy the full recognition of this topic. Then we have that we can implement flood on and or drought risk management actions by applying nature-based solution, innovative prevention and protection tools, or risk assessment and management approaches. This opens a wide range of possibility for your ideas to be funded by LIFE. I will make you notice, I have to underline that here the nature-based solution consisting in water measures is the only topic that do not need to have a certain degree of innovation in the LIFE water sector. So this flood and drought risk management solution is the one that can apply the best practices. Then we have innovative projects addressing hydromorphic pressures and implementation of innovative water saving measure. This is only for water quality and quantity. Now, marine and coastal water management is mainly focused on addressing the impacts of human activities in the marine environment and addresses those topics of high concern that you can display here. So we go from noise to litter to disturbance of the seafloor, overfishing, organic matter and nutrient from land and from sea, and even impacts of navigation. Let's go to water services. We have discussed a lot of this today, and it's wide an area that offers a wide scope of possibility. We can see that we can apply innovative technologies and tools for drinking water and urban wastewater treatment systems. We can also address resource-efficient provision of water services in population in rural areas. And we can address, and this is what I had mentioned before, treatment options regarding reclaimed water. So initiatives aimed at water reuse are more than welcome under the LIFE program. Please consider that you should display a certain degree of innovation, either in the approaches or in the technique or in management solutions, whatever. A couple of examples of LIFE projects. Ebro Resilience from 2020 is addressed to decreasing the flood risk in the Ebro Ebro water courses in central Spain. There are two major actions that are being implemented in this project. I will show you a picture that displays better than a thousand words what will be done. On the left, we have the demonstration, a demonstration action that is aimed at moving the leaves or the banks of the rivers in order to provide more space and volume for the river, renaturalization of meanders, and while on the right side we see a pilot intervention that is aimed at providing controlled flooding of agricultural land in a certain area. So we can see that we have quite impacting solutions here in the flood risk management. It's very important, as you can see, that the LIFE program aims at implementing and testing the solution, if possible, at pilot or at full scale. And I think that this is a good example. This means that this action, as you see them displayed on the screen, will be really implemented within the Ebro Resilience project. Another project, the newest, is much more technical. This is about the recovery of phosphorus in the wastewater treatment plants by using a natural-based coagulant instead of iron that is usually treated in wastewater treatment plants. This is a good example of a close-to-market project. This means that the applicants have set up a prototype for the production of the coagulants, and they have tested it, and they have already put it in the market. So they have managed to produce and sell 450 tons of the product, the new product, innovative, during the project implementation. This is what we say a close-to-market project. One word about strategic integrated projects, which are, as I said, the CleanEST is one of them, and are projects that in the water sector must be aimed at the full implementation of the river basin management plan, or either at the flood risk management plan or marine strategies. These projects are usually managed by the authorities that are in charge of the management of the river basin. So usually we have either ministry or regions or public institutions anyway, and are very large projects that must have a wide territorial scope and include all the stakeholders that are interested by these activities, and it must have a leverage effect on other type of funding that should be conveyed to the water sector or to the implementation of the river basin management plan. Useful information about the LIFE program. I will tell you it's not very easy to prepare an application for LIFE, but you have a lot of useful information. Please read the call documents if you decide to apply. You have different call documents for the different sub-programs and the different calls. So for standard action program projects, you have in Klima, you have one. In environment, you have another. Nature, you have another. You can have a clear picture of everything if you look at the recordings of the info days that we hold every year. And in the LIFE project database, you can have a clear idea of what are the projects that were funded so far. So you can understand if what you have in mind was already funded or there was something similar, or what is the right dimension of a project. Other SINEA funding opportunities are in the last slide. Just a word about the other funding opportunities. In SINEA, we have a sector managing the European Maritime Fishery and Aquaculture Fund that supports innovative projects that contribute to sustainable exploitation and management of aquatic and marine resources, and we manage part of the Horizon Europe mission in particular. What is interesting to us is can be adaptation to climate change, or even more the mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030. I invite you to click on the links here and go to the dedicated website and collect all the information that you need to know about these other programs. From my side, this is all. Here you have sources of further information and contact. I thank you for your attention, and then I'm available for panel discussion and answering to any question that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to the moderator of our next panel. Vahur Tarkmees will host this interesting debate. And I would also like to ask on to the stage Irina Smirnova, advisor to Narva Municipality, Kaupo Läänerand from the Ministry of Climate, and Tanel Oppi from the Estonian Environmental Investment Center. And we already have Federico De Filippi online, so you will have a great panel, I'm sure.
Thank you, Johannes. Okay. Good audience, good panelists. The time is money, so just go to the topics. If we are talking about sustainability of water management, then what we are talking about? We are talking mostly about money. How to get money to save water, to save our life. Estonian Waterworks Association had a good slogan, water gives us life. So, powerful words, I would say. So, if we are talking about money for sustainability, then Federico is here, right? Hello to you as well. Yeah. Let's go at first to the European Union, European Commission. The big money is always waiting us, as we know, from the past in European level. Federico, I would like to ask at first from you about the LIFE project proposal. How the proposal must structured to get the money from LIFE? Is it hard work?
It is. I'm sorry to say this. No, but the LIFE program is quite, and LIFE projects are quite massive initiatives. They last from 3 to 5 to even 10 years when we talk about strategic integrated projects. The funding, as I said, goes from, let's say, 1.5 to 2 or even more million euros in 3 years. So you can understand that are quite important initiatives. Preparing a LIFE proposal is a work that requires time, of course. As you saw, For example, in the Ebro Resilience program, a project that is displacing the leaves and the banks in order to decrease the flood risk in the Ebro region requires a lot of time in order to understand what is the program of activities that must be set up, the budget, the stakeholders, yeah, it's let's say preparing a LIFE project can take months or even years. We have also the we have also projects that are recurring. The application is a competitive process, so projects are ranked according to a series of awards that are very important. So in your project description, you have the space in the application form to describe why your project would be interesting for LIFE and for the European Union. What is the dimension? What is the expected environmental impact or other kinds of impacts on the environment or climate? How much your project will cost, and what is the plan that you have, the activities that you plan in 3 years? So preparing a LIFE proposal is something demanding. It's maybe a bit less than what can be in other programs, but still is a process that needs time. One important thing to know about the LIFE program is, I stressed it in my presentation, but it is supposed to be a full-scale application of some sort of technique or solution. So it's a program that is focused on implementation. And full-scale implementation is very important to us, and the impact, especially under the environmental point of view, the impacts that are envisaged are very important for the evaluation, and are very important to have a good. All proposals that are received by CINEA are assessed based on 4 our criteria and are ranked according to the our criteria. We have an available budget this year is about 74 million, and the best projects according to the merit, according to the quality of their proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's go to the goal about Estonian water management. I just remember your presentation we heard from Tanel and from Kaupo. That fundings are decreasing. So, and Kaupo just said that the priority #1, if we are looking from the government side, national side, is the reform of the water services. It's not the big secret that I am project manager of the reform under the Estonian Environmental Center. So I used my chance to ask firstly from tile. What you see the biggest challenges of the reform, if we are talking about water services specifically?
What could be the biggest challenges of a water services sector reform that we actually are heading into at the moment? Well, I will not talk about money.
Yeah.
It's about systems, it's about decisions that actually we are clear about what our intentions, where we are heading to, and it's definitely about a lot of cooperation that actually all the parties involved, especially the municipalities, water companies, that they realize and then see the common goal there. I think that afterwards, after these discussions, which definitely, in my opinion, will be the hardest, it's very easy to say on a very high level that we need a change. We were talking about it earlier, but when we go into the details, that what are these small decisions to be made and then small goals to be defined, then a lot of cooperation between people and then the goodwill, that will be the hardest part to achieve. Afterwards, it's easy.
Okay. Yeah, I know. You can wait. You can wait. You know, couple. We go to state as well. Just listen. Irina, you are advisor of the Narva city municipality government. What is, if you are looking from the local level, actually from Narva situation, how you feel yourself or as advisor, how sustainable the water services in Narva region right now? If we are talking about sustainability, you know, grants are decreasing, water price for water services, is it some challenge over there?
Yeah, I have here a one representative from the company, so I wouldn't talk that much about the problems and let's say all those challenges we're facing here, because I actually see that not only Narva, I wouldn't talk precisely about Narva, but smaller cities, towns, we do face problems. We're not sustainable enough. And again, we are talking about the funding, but okay, we can talk forever about the money or lack of money, but also sometimes it's, we don't invest that much in knowledge. And I think that now this is the time, that's crucial time when we are also lacking this communication, because we do know that the time is really here for us to see what's the next step, what's the future. Are we bonding up together, or what's the future of our water companies, and again the future of water management here in the region. And I would admit that we are a bit late even to communicate, because we all have went through different stages. We went to the different types of conferences, discussions, but we were not there at the table actually to do the business, to start the business, to discuss. And there was actually no one from the top to come and see and ask, guys, like, if you need help, can we see together what is there, what's the barrier, why aren't you ready enough? I'm not sure if the government sees or analyzes enough the whole Estonia in particular here. But I could say that I'm quite worried, and as before getting the advisor job, I was actually vice mayor of Narva, and we never had time for water management. Truly, we are facing that many challenges here in Narva that just like it was not the last, but somewhere there. And we thought, okay, we have time, and yes, of course. And luckily, some of my colleagues and I did have knowledge of sustainable water management, like at least some knowledge, but time, and there was no one there who would be, a bit forcing to do so. So I really see that it's a hard time, but in Estonia we are really hard working and we are strong enough, so it will happen. And I really believe that it will be hard but successful story, and it will be for a better future. And I really hope that the government is there for us to not only to discuss and show the good practices or benefits, but also to go through this process with those who are tiny and who need help.
Kaupo?
Yes, thank you.
The same question from the state level.
Yes. Yeah.
You are responsible for that reform.
Yes, thank you. I would like to start with a story. So once I worked for very huge company, really huge organization, and Director General found time to meet with employees around the different sub-companies and different leaders within the company at least 2 times a year. So I remember very well, I was 3 days working for this huge company. I was there, and the general, everybody talked about challenges what we have. So it was like 2 hours. Everybody told how everything is wrong, and I remember the Director General was drinking water from the cup, paper cup. At one moment, I was in the front row like today, and then he threw this cup over the shoulder. And everybody were like, whoa, what happened? And I was like, okay, something interesting is going to happen. And he told, that's what you're doing here at the moment, my dear colleagues. You are throwing the problem up in the air. You're telling there is a problem, but you are not offering any solutions also yourselves.
Yeah.
So please, to be our company, to be successful, you are the biggest experts in this room who has so much knowledge, so much innovation, so much contact, so much networking within yourselves to overcome the challenges, that please, if you are throwing this cup in the air, come with at least 3 solutions or reach for help. So that's the story behind it. Let's take this company as a government country or European Union or wider. So we are the biggest experts here today. The water companies are experts, are they small, are they big? The government has their own experts. The European Union has all. We have seen so many experts around the room. So why I'm telling this is let's if we are throwing up the challenges what we are facing, let's move forward together to find the solution. And from government's side, we see as companies are seeing, as water management sector is seeing the trend, the funding is decreasing. The new directives are going with more investments needed. Let's say before we had challenge to keep the infrastructure. Now we have we are in need to new infrastructure to decarbonization of the reform of the sector. So with so many companies, a lot of them are postponing the investments. With let's say there was number 100, number 200. So the number is too big to be sustainable. So actually there is no way that we can continue without reform. So I have had my honor to be in the second leading group of the water reform, and I was so glad to see so much constructive people that they understood that we need something to do, that we need some change, because are the smaller water companies or bigger ones, in the end it would require some change. And for this DG reform is helping us with huge it's giving us a huge effort how to the outside help, outsourced help to get the future ready for us. And I just bring up some examples that, for example, you always need to offer something or create conditions. Let's say we cannot be successful in sustainable, getting the companies and sector more sustainable without measures and or initiatives. So I will bring up maybe the future is the following: what we need to, together with local communities, together with water companies, we will tell that, okay, we have fundings from government side to help with those critical investments, but you are allowed to apply for these investments when you have been part of consolidation. Let's say if you become to the other team who have, is it 50,000? I just bring up numbers. It's just that if you are with certain size, you are getting under you some elements who are smaller, then you have made your consolidation by which helps the country to move forward. Then you can apply for those fundings. For example, very important key part. Okay, I'm talking very long, but very important key part to be sustainable is actually the competition authorities. So we have a common approach from competition authorities, but maybe we are offering the pie for the water companies that if you are part of consolidation, then we are offering you the other conditions when making your water price, or we are giving you other rules, more flexible rules. So there are many ways, and for this, definitely with local communities, local water companies, we need to work together. It's huge. Behind the success will be definitely the innovation and providing help for the water companies, and that's a challenge, connecting everybody with each other. So yeah, there are so many ways, but related to the reform and the story, what I mentioned, it was a pleasure to share it with you. Thank you.
Yeah, good to feel that you are so enthusiastic and full of power to get the target about if we are talking about the reform. Yeah, I'm supporting you as well. No at the question at all. Thank you a lot for that. Federico, do you?
Sorry, I wouldn't want to intrude, but the fact is that we are actually running out of time. So if you can maybe start thinking of wrapping up the discussion, it would be excellent.
Okay. Do you got any good practices or from your personally about consolidation or reforming of the water sector? Just an open question.
Thank you. I will say that I will talk about the LIFE program. There are means for getting support about this within the LIFE program. On one side, we have said that with integrated water projects that encompass the whole of a river basin management plan, the part of governance can be quite strong. So if this process is part of a wider initiative that has a big territorial coverage, then it can be part of the strategic integrated project. Otherwise, we have a special kind of projects that are governance projects. In this case, these projects, I didn't talk about them today, but you can find all the information needed. You can have a project that is focused on improvement of governance, therefore consolidation and pricing and setting up of the organization. Because governance projects are aimed also to supporting the competent authorities to improve their performance about the water. So this is the contribution that I provide. The LIFE program can provide support on this. Irina was saying that time is needed. Then if you get the funding, then you get the investment needed is to sit down and think about what do we need, write a proposal and submit it to the LIFE program. Already sitting down and conceiving and writing, elaborating a project proposals is a lot of work, is a big investment, but it already helps you to clear your idea on what are the steps needed in order to your performance.
Okay, thank you. Kaupo, at the moment, in the state level, the environmental taxes at the question. Is there a possibility to collect money for the water sustainability, for the water sector as well, to pack as foundations?
Yeah, it's taxes are a sensitive topic, so we are. The government has increased or planning increase some taxes which has not been changed for many years, and just. Ideally, those taxes extra amount collected from these taxes will come back to the sector support. Yeah. But it's very complicated story. It's on the politicians' table because in the Estonian government, the taxes are collected for the central pot, and then it's rearranged to everybody else. So it's quite challenging to make it happen. But we will see how it's going to happen. But it's quite often those changes are important. For example, my garbage. I pay for my garbage €10 a month. If somebody would come to me and tell Kaupo, if you are sorting it in 7 different garbage bins, and then your bill stays around €15, not €100, then let's say I will be very motivated to resort to 7 different bins. So it's sometimes it has effect to push it, but there are very gray areas in there not to be exceeded. So yeah. So that's the answer.
Okay. I look to Johannes, and I see from his ways that our time is
extremely interesting. It's extremely interesting, but as you said, time is money,
yeah.
and we're lacking. both time and money. So thank you very much for the panel.
Yeah.
An applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, dear friends, water is an interesting substance. I mean, in addition of making life possible on planet Earth and providing a good drink, water has several tricks up its sleeve. And you're going to see a few in a few minutes as soon as we rearrange the stage of what is happening behind my back now. There's going to be a performance by AHA Science Theatre, which will explore the formation and different physical and chemical properties of water. We all know water is very good if you want to put out a fire, but is it also possible to set water on fire? I don't know. Perhaps we will see. All right. So let's see what they have up to.
Oh, hello? Let's try again. Hello? Oh, much better. My name is Erik, and as already said, I come from AHA. Who knows AHA? Raise your hand if you know what AHA is. Very good. Rest of you, you'll know soon. So, what I'm going to do here, I am going to talk to you about the magnificent chemical called water. Ah, tasty. So, and as I understand, you've had some ironically dry presentations here, so I'll try to moisten up your day a little bit. So first of all, most of you know what water is. You've seen water, you've interacted with water, and water is mostly known in its liquid state. But there are other states for water as well. Like with every chemical, we can have it in multiple states. And for the first experiment, I would like to show you a few other states of matter for water. First of all, a little helper. This is not water. This is not a liquid. This I will not drink, because this is liquid nitrogen. Its temperature is around -200 degrees Celsius, so colder than a chilly glass of Coca-Cola. But with this, and a little help from a Christmas tree, I can show you some water. So this is a Christmas tree. What color is this tree? Black. Good children. So I'm going to put this here. It's going to be in this cold liquid for a few moments. And what do you think? What color will it be when I take it out? White. Oh, good guess, good guess. Let's see. Let's see. And, aha. Not very white, is it? But it's getting whiter. Under the lights, it's even better, even whiter. So what's happening? Nothing much. This is what is called frost. So in Estonian, härmatus. So this is just solid water. And another form of solid water that you all know is ice and snow, but what connects them is they're all the same thing. They're all water, they're all solid, but just the structure of the thing is a little bit different. In this case, we get the water from air. I blew on this my breath has water in it, and this water froze on the surface of the cold metal and then froze into ice. But since it didn't freeze in a very structured way, it became this white coating on the metal. Basically the same way in nature that frost happens in the early mornings of late fall or early winter. Now, another cool experiment with this is, I'm gonna need this thing. Oh, everyone knows what this is. So this is a kettle, and this has some hot water in it. I boiled it a few minutes before, then I boiled it again, and I had to boil it again because we went a bit over time. But this is close to boiling temperature. Now this is about -200 degrees, this is about 100 degrees. So roughly the temperature difference between these two liquids is 300 degrees. Let's see what happens if we put them together. Now we're gonna see a reaction. Nothing dangerous, nothing explosive, but you will have to think what kind of water, what form, in what state of matter is this water that is gonna come out. Let's do a nice countdown from 3 as well, with your help. 3, 2, 1. Voila! Beautiful, beautiful. This white soup. Now, in this experiment, I always like to ask from people, what do you think? In what form is this water that we see? Who thinks this is solid water that we see? Raise your hand. Okay, no one. Who thinks that this is gaseous water? Raise your hand. Oh, a few more hands. Very good. Who thinks that this is liquid water? Raise your hand. A few less. So we have some who think that it's gaseous. Most of you think it's gaseous. Some of you think it's liquid. None of you think it's solid, and some of you don't think anything at all, apparently. So congratulations to those who think that this is gaseous water. You can guess again. This is liquid water. Now, you might say, but this does not look like liquid. I've seen liquid water. I've drunk liquid water. Liquid water looks like this. How is this liquid water? Well, it is liquid water, but it is in very, very tiny droplets. So tiny that we can't see them with our naked eye, and they, as you can see, they evaporate very quickly over the edge of the table, and they're already gone. The same thing you see here happens in nature as well, of course. Not today. If you look outside, you can't see it. But what I'm referring to is clouds. Clouds is the same thing. It's liquid water in very tiny droplets. And also misty mornings. The mist is also liquid water. Mist and clouds are basically the same thing, just clouds are... mist is very low clouds, basically. So yeah, this is liquid water. And if you want to see gaseous water, then you look around everywhere in this room. There's gaseous water all around us, and we know it more as the humidity in the air. Otherwise, we cannot see gases, in very few exceptions. Now, let's move on from this. What a boring experiment. But something more interesting. So in here, I have a bowl of water with some bubbles. I'm going to make some more bubbles. These are special bubbles, because this is propane. And if you don't know what propane does, it does this. Ooh. It works. Cool. So no, propane is not water. But what water is used for is putting out fires. Now, why is water used to put out fires? Why is water good for it? What does water do with the fire? Well, in a very short explanation, water cools down the flames, and just without temperature, the flames go out. You've probably noticed that if you put on a kettle to warm some tea, that it takes a bit of time for the water to heat up. And it is because water has a very special ability to take a lot of energy to heat up. It's quite unique in its way. So a little bit of water takes a lot of energy to boil away. So with that knowledge, wet my hand. This is just regular tap water. If I wet my hand, I can take these bubbles. I can burn them on my hand. Now, you might have noticed that I did not scream out of, from pain from this experiment. This is either from experience that I have learned to swallow the scream, but actually it's because of the little bit of water. So it was hot, that's why I moved my hand. If I would have stayed my hand there, it would have been a little bit hotter. And maybe some of my arm hair would have burned. But that little layer of water was enough to protect my hand. So if you ever find yourself in a burning house with no way out, I hope you don't find yourself in that situation, then taking a bath before leaving the house might help. Don't take it too long. I know baths are nice and relaxing, but they are much less relaxing when the bathroom is on fire. Now, another experiment is I can use this. This is a nice experiment that you might have seen from school, that if I take some water, top the glass with something solid, and turn around. Now, what happens if I remove my hand? Nothing. Indeed, nothing. Well, sometimes the nothing part is the cool part. So, yes, the water doesn't come out. Well, a little bit comes out. But why doesn't it come out is mostly because of two reasons. One of them is that we have this lower pressure area. Water wants to come out. There's a lower pressure. Air pressure from outside pushes the paper back here and holds it here. But there are tiny little gaps that the water actually could go past, but it doesn't. Now, why doesn't it go past? It's because of water surface tension. So the tiny little gaps won't allow the water to go through. But if I remove the paper, what happens then? Nothing. A brave guess, I might say. Let's see. Indeed, nothing. And as I said before, sometimes nothing is something. But there's also two glasses. So we can see that the glasses are different. If I take if I take the first glass that I used before, if I take the paper away now what happens? Something happened, yes, good. So, and now water comes down. So the big difference is that I have this bog net here. This makes so that instead of one big hole, we have hundreds of tiny holes. And the holes are connected with these wires, basically, or this net. And the water can hold on to the net. And the water holds on to itself as well. We know this as surface tension. You maybe seen some bogs that move around on the surface of lakes or something, and they use the same surface tension. They don't fall under the water layer, they are on top of water. And water surface tension is actually strong enough so it can hold a sewing needle on top of water. So if you're careful enough, you can actually take a regular sewing needle made of metal and make it float on water without any other assistance. Now, before I let you go and have a break, I'm gonna do one more experiment. And I've shown you what water does, and I've shown you some cool tricks with water, but how is water made? We think of water as a very basic resource. There's water everywhere. You can go outside and take a sip from a puddle if you wanted to. Not recommended. But water is everywhere. So how is water made? Ah, very good. From even more basic resources, yes. So I have here hydrogen gas. Hydrogen gas is, or hydrogen itself is the most abundant element in the universe by far. All of the stars that you can see are made of over 90% hydrogen. And oxygen, being a very light element, is also very common. So water is actually a very common molecule in the universe. To make water, we just have to react hydrogen with oxygen. It's a very simple synthesis. And it usually doesn't happen in nature, simply because there isn't a lot of free hydrogen all around us. There are some places, like in swamps, but usually hydrogen is bonded to something, so there's not a lot of free hydrogen. Water is also made during regular combustion. If you burn wood, if we burn something organic, there are hydrocarbons that burn, and hydrogen from that will also turn into water. That way, we can say that actually we ourselves are making water all the time by just eating things. So when you're having your coffee break, know that you are taking in that caffeine and metabolizing it into water. So right here I have a nice balloon of hydrogen. Now the problem with hydrogen is that if I let this balloon go, here we go. The balloon will try to escape because it knows what's going to happen to it. So I'm going to have to tie it down quickly because I do not want to hold it between my legs for too long. So there you are. So this experiment, of course, is going to involve an explosion. It's not going to be very loud, but it's going to be loud enough. So I do suggest closing your ears during this experiment. And a quick bonus tip, how to close your ears properly. So if you ever need to close your ears and you use your fingers like this, then you might have problems if there's an explosion or a loud noise. You push your fingers even further in and you go home like this. Not very ideal. But actually, the real reason why this is bad, because it doesn't close your ear holes properly. If you have a bit of movement, there's a space that sound can go in, and then it won't be much help. The best way to close your ears or cover your ears is using the palms of your hands, like the whole palm over your ear. If you look at professional grade mufflers, basically the same shape, they cover my ear, they don't press against it or they don't go inside my ear, but they cover it. So during this experiment, I do suggest covering your ears. And let's end this segment with a bang. Hello. Thank you. So in 3, 2, 1. Now, quickly, a last word. So I made some water. Why aren't you all wet now? It's because the amount of water that I made is very tiny, a few drops of water only. So hope you enjoyed it. And have a nice coffee break, I guess.
All good presentations should end with a bang. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll embark on a coffee break now. We'll begin our last session a bit later than in our original schedule. We'll start at 3:30, so in about 18 minutes. See you back here. Welcome back. I hope you all had a refreshing little restart with caffeine that you're now transforming into water, as we learned from our previous experiment. Our last session is all about understanding the pivotal role of environmental education in shaping the future of water management. We kick off with a presentation by Laura Tsernahoshi, who is a seasoned professional with 2 decades of experience in the field of communication from the European Environmental Agency. She will guide us through the journey from data to action, exploring impactful communication strategies that bridge the gap between information and transformative change. Now, Laura, whose last name I probably pronounced wrong, joins us virtually. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to have been invited to this conference, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I still hope that I can give you some information which might be interesting, and I hope to get a lot of questions for you about our activity at the European Environment Agency. So today I'm going to talk to you about how we use the data to create environmental impact at the European Environment Agency, and what is the EEA role in providing this data and knowledge. So for those of you who don't know us, we are one of the few agencies of the European Union, which are based in different European countries. In our case, we are based in Copenhagen. The agency has been here for almost 30 years, and we currently employ more than 260 experts in the fields of environment and climate and supportive programs, of course. We have managed to establish ourselves as a trustworthy institution which provides knowledge and data about environment and climate for policymakers, but also for citizens and for other stakeholders such as NGOs and journalists and industries. Besides the 260 experts that work in Copenhagen, our strengths consist actually in our European network. Because what is important about the European Environment Agency is that we are not covering only the European Union's states. We actually work within 38 countries. We are working with countries such as Turkey or Norway or Iceland, who are members of the EEA, but also with some cooperating countries from the Western Balkans. What do? We publish yearly over 50 publications. We manage a series of websites, the EEA corporate website, but also thematic website. We have one dedicated to freshwater, which is called Wise Freshwater, and I'm going to talk about this one a bit later. We also have websites dedicated to marine water, to biodiversity, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. We also are managing a few apps, and our most important product is every 5 years a very comprehensive report regarding the state of the environment in Europe, which is called SOIR. And this brings me to the areas of work that we are covering, which are very closely related to the European Green Deal, actually. So we are working with biodiversity and ecosystems, of course, with climate change mitigation and adaptation, with the effects of the environment on the human health, with circular economy and resource use, and sustainability trends, prospects, and responses. And of course, this aligns with a lot of the policies of the European Union when it comes to environment and climate change. Of course, we are working together with the Commission regarding the climate law, the biodiversity strategy for 2030, the zero pollution strategy, the farm to fork strategy, and with a lot of other policies. Our business is based on data. We collect a lot of data from the member states, and you can see that the amount of data that we are collecting has increased exponentially during the last 20 years. It grew almost 2,000 times. And we are collecting data about the air and the climate, about the economic sectors, about nature, including water. We have various streams of data about water, about sustainability and well-being, and of course, about cross-topic data that we are getting from the member countries. Now the clicker doesn't seem to be working. Oh, now it works. So where do we collect this data from? First of all, most of the data is actually reported by the member states, which means the Environment Ministry or the Environment Agency at country level. But we are also collecting data from industry when it comes to, for example, industrial pollution, or from car manufacturers when it comes to emissions from new cars. We are collecting data from citizens, and we are collecting data from NGOs. Once this data is collected, we are starting to process it, which means that we quality check it, we clean it, we process it, we analyze it. And we are actually using a lot of automation in these processes to make sure that the processes go fast and we get the final products much faster than if we did this manually by humans. And once we went through all these processes, we can disseminate the data through directly as data files or databases, or we can produce data-based products such as graphs, story maps, dashboards, interactive maps. And of course, we need to find what is the actually meaning of this data, what is hiding behind this data, because data by itself doesn't say a lot of things to a lot of people. Only the experts can look at it and understand what's behind it. So we have to put it all together and find the knowledge within it and find what are the impactful messages for the policies that we are trying to impact at the European level. For example, I can tell you that the State of the Environment report that we published in 2020 was very influential in the creation of the European Green Deal. So we had a lot of impact in creating the policies that are currently governing Europe when it comes to environment and climate. But of course, we need to communicate what we find out from this data to our citizens and as well to NGOs and to journalists. So we need to transform it in a way which is approachable and interesting for everybody. I picked an example from the water topic, which is the bathing water. It is a report that we are publishing every year. Bathing water means actually the spots where people go to swim. And it's a very popular report. It's been picked up by media in countries, and it creates a lot of interest. We are collecting data about almost 22,000 spots, bathing water spots in Europe, not only in the European Union, as you can see on the map. And out of these, more than 14,000 are actually coastal, so on the sea or ocean, but also 7,000 spots which are inland, so rivers or lakes, etc. Based on this data, we of course make it available to whomever is interested to look at it. But we also start to create data visualizations for experts, for example, which are more explorative. So the experts can actually play on interactive maps and find out what's happening at a local level, at country level, and cross it with other information to see what's happening there. But of course, as I was saying, we want to disseminate this data also to citizens and to people who are maybe less technical when it comes to data. So we create data visualizations regarding the situation in every country, or where is the pollution coming from, or just even trying to present the numbers in a more appealing and more interesting way in infographics and various graphs. The data-based products are not where we are stopping. We are actually publishing an assessment every year, as I was saying, the report. And this report is actually translated to a few European languages. And it's being picked up, as I was saying, by media in various countries. It's one of the most interesting things that we are publishing every year. We also have country fact sheets, so people can go and look what is the situation in their country, or if they want to travel to another country, what is the situation of the water in that country? Is it good to bathe in? Is it not at a good level? Should they stay away from some places? And of course, we are promoting all this on social media, and the posts are also quite popular when it comes to bathing water. And what does this actually mean? Because we are looking at the data that we had collected for the last 20 years, and we actually see that the share of excellent sites has grown. So we can see that the legislation works in some way, and this is a good thing. But if there is space for improvement, of course, we can also look at that. So the data allows us to decide on that. And this brings me to the outcomes. What do we achieve with all this data and all these assessments? First of all, I think that we are empowering citizens to make decisions. Where will they go to swim? What is the good water quality, for example, in this example? We can also look at the policies, see if they work, and if they don't work, then we can change them or we can improve them. And I can tell you that there are other areas where the directives are being improved right now, in this period. For example, when it comes to air quality or to water quality, the EEA is bringing a lot of input to update the policies. And also the citizens have the power to ask for more concrete actions from the authorities when it comes to specific problems that can be noticed in their areas. And as I was saying, the bathing water is just one of the many data streams that we have when it comes to water. And most of this data and the products that are derived from this data, you can find them on our platform dedicated to freshwater, which is called Wise Freshwater, as you can see here. And the link is also in the presentation if you will get it after the conference. There we cover subjects such as the ecological status of water bodies, and we can see what the situation is in different countries. We are talking about hydromorphological pressures, and you can see it's a very detailed map there to see what the situation is in each region of Europe. Also about pollution and agricultural pressures, for example, what is the diffuse pollution in the European waters. Also, we are looking at the climate change impacts on the water in Europe. Again, I have a problem with the clicker, but that was actually my last slide, and I'm afraid I cannot finish my presentation with a bang, such as the AHA group did before me. I'm more than happy to get your questions about our activity and to reply to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Even though you didn't end your presentation with a bang, you still got an applause. So well done. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have questions already, or should we keep them for the panel? We might keep them for the panel then. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is a project manager at the Water Board of Oldenburg and Eastern Frisia in Germany. Franziska Mergans is experienced in both national and international research projects within the realm of water management. Her work includes contributions to significant initiatives like the Baltaqua project, which focuses on advancing collaboration and dialogue among German and Baltic actors in the water sector. I hope I got that right, Franziska. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you have some water? Perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So, okay. I think it's okay. There's something left, but no problem. I wanted to start with a picture, but it's missing, so no problem. I will tell you all those. So 3 weeks ago, I was in Latvia, in Riga, and participated in the annual forum of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. Maybe some of you were there too. And during these 2 days, the topic of the conference was on a safe and sustainable Baltic Sea region. But a lot of speakers were talking about how important it is to share our knowledge, to understand each other, to have cooperation across levels at the international, at the national level, but also on local and regional level, and how important it is to start and continue a dialogue between different actors. And that was basically, regardless of the topic of sustainability, but that was basically my take-home message, how important collaboration and cooperation is. And that is exactly what we are doing in our Baltaqua project. So I'm really happy to being here and giving the opportunity to present our research project, Baltaqua. But let me start with introducing myself. So my name is Franziska, and I'm a project manager, as you already said, at a German water provider. And I'm doing basically research and development tasks. So we have a department working on international and national cooperation and research projects. One of my projects is actually Baltaqua, which is about initiating and starting a dialogue between our region in northern Germany and the 3 Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And I will talk a little more about that in a minute. But let me give you a brief overview of my presentation. So I'm going to start with presenting you our water board, so the OOWV, with some facts and figures who might be interesting for you to get to know what we are doing in our daily business and in our research projects. Afterwards, I will step into the project of Baltaqua and present you our results so far, before coming to an end with some concluding remarks, some lessons learned relating back to the topic of our session today, which is on information and awareness. Okay, so on the right, you can see a little bit small, but you can see a map of Germany. And here you can also see where we at the water provider are located, basically in the northwestern region of Germany, so close to the North Sea and also close to the Dutch border, and that's basically our area. And as you can see, area is quite big, so we are one of the biggest water provider in Germany, and founded 75 years ago. We just had our 75 years event. We are responsible in an area of about 7,500 square kilometers. We are responsible for not only water supply, but also wastewater management, and we are also doing a lot of groundwater protection. We are a public body, so we are a non-profit organization, and we Yeah, I think it's not the updated version of the presentation, so I have to improve a little bit. Some wrong numbers are here. I wanted to talk to you a little bit also about not so much our employees and our members of drinking water, but what we are doing on top. So we are also working on environmental education. So we have about 3 official education locations, which are places where schools and students can come and learn about different topics of water management. And we also have several information centers around our area. Okay. So that's basically what we are doing in our daily work. But moreover, we are really interested in learning and experience new and innovative water management approaches. So that's why we are engaging since more than 10 years in a huge number of research projects. So we already completed around 16 different projects, and at the moment we are near to 30 approved projects on really different topics, all on water management. So started from integrative water management, topics of climate protection like water smart cities, heavy rainfalls, also the topic of water reuse we just heard today as one of the priorities of Estonian government, and also topics like digitalization we discussed this morning. So a huge number of topics that we are aware of, and we are working together on them with different actors. We work together with universities, with NGOs, other water boards, ministries, and so on. And we are doing so all over Europe and South Africa, as you can see in the right corner. So we have a lot of partners all over Europe, but until a few years ago, we hadn't so much projects together with the Baltic Sea region and the Baltic states. So we hadn't so much projects with Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And that was the point where we decided we need to really expand our network, because, as we also heard today, we have quite similar situations in Germany and, for example, in Estonia. So we learned today that although Estonia is also, as Germany, a quite rainy country, you have also the problem, or we are both observing the problem of summer droughts and of water scarcity in summer months. So that's definitely a situation we both, or in all countries, observe. So why don't work together and exchange on that topics and learn from each other? So that brings me to our project. And before going into the results in more detail, I will give you a brief overview of what the project is about. So Bold Aqua is funded by the German Federal Environmental Foundation. This is a German founder of research projects working on especially environmental topics. And it started 2 years ago. We, as Water Board of Oldenburg and Eastern Frisia, as OOWV, we are the project lead, and we are really happy to work together with University of Oldenburg and also have the support from the Baltic Environmental Forum Latvia, who supported us in this project from start on. So the objective, as I already pointed to at the beginning of the presentation, is to initiate in the first a dialogue, to build up a network, to get in contact with partners from the Baltic Sea region in the water sector. And by doing so, we wanted to achieve in the long term, identify a common field of action, so topics that are interesting for all of us, and maybe also find topics that are interesting for future cooperation. So having said this, I want to present you kind of our project and results. So we take a quite long road from 2021 until now, and we visualized our road in such a graphic recording. And yeah, in the following slides, I'm going to present you the different phases of our project and what we did more or less in detail. So let's start with the first phase of the project. Yeah, at the beginning of the project, we started it with a digital format. So we invited a selected group of stakeholders, again, from universities, ministries, water provider, also companies, to be part of a digital working group series. And during that working group series, we learned a lot about each other, about our situation and different relevant topics. So how is the situation about nutrient pollution, for example, in Estonia compared to Latvia and Lithuania and Germany. And we learned about our commonalities and our differences. And since we had this online format, we decided to have quite innovative moderation method called liberating structures. And the objective of such methods is basically to bring together a lot of perspective without leaving behind anyone. So although you have an online format and although you have a big group, those methods are designed in that way that you can really get everyone into and every opinion and every perspective into the discussion and bring them all together. So what exactly did we discuss? We identified 4 main topics that are of interest for all of our 4 countries that are, as I already said, nutrient pollution and the question of how to monitor and how to reduce nutrient pollution. It was about management of heavy rainfalls. I'm not sure if the laser works, but I will try. Yeah, it works. So, but it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay, but you can see on the right side, like those bubbles, so nutrient pollution was the one topic, and the other one was management of heavy rainfalls. So due to climate change, we observe in all of our 4 countries the challenge, but also the opportunity to manage rainfall. So it's not only about getting rid of the water during a heavy rainfall event, but it's also about what we already heard today, about how to design water-smart society or water-smart cities, and how to really use such rainfall. We continued to discuss on those topics during a first workshop in Riga in October 2022. And there our groups continued to work on those topics, and those 2 other topics were, on the one hand, the topic of digitalization. So we called it future-ready water suppliers, since it was a lot about how we as a water supplier can get ready for the future. It was a lot about data optimization, and how to collect and how to monitor data. And we also had the honor to have Sulev, who presented today, the Estonian so to say, best practice of how to automate data. He presented that at our workshop, and we could learn a lot about it. And we also talked about the topic of how to trustfully cooperate. So this was also a lot about common knowledge, which is especially important in such potential conflictive topics like nutrient pollution, and where different people, different sectors come together with different interests. And finally, we continued our collaboration during a second workshop in Germany. And during that day, we focused mainly on like a meta level. So we weren't talking so much about topics and our groups, but we were focusing on how or what do we have to do to collaborate together in the future. So what are the factors that moves us forward as a group, what moves the international exchange forward? And also we had a critical look at what holds us back. So what are the problems, the challenges, why international cooperation might be difficult. Yeah, on the second day of that workshop in Germany, we had a focus on environmental education. So we experienced all together one of our newest education programs, which is a kind of an escape game. I don't know if you know such escape games where you have to go around, or you can also do it on the table, and you have to solve puzzles and interact with each other. It's kind of a playful experience. And this one is on water supply, future water supply, and potential water conflicts. And we had a great time experiencing this all together. So that already brings me to my last part of the presentation. So having talked about Wild Aqua, I will now present you our lessons learned, some key insights we got from that project, and that might be of interesting for our today's topic about environmental education, information, and awareness. So basically, overall, we are sure that collaboration is key. So we have, or we observe, all of us in all 4 countries, we observe a huge number of really pressing challenges. Might it be climate change, things like that, and that are really complex problems. And if you have a complex problem, you really need a joint effort. You cannot do a simple thing, simple solution, but you need really to do it together and to bring together different expertise and different resources. So we think that it's really important to bring all people and organizations together to bear on a problem. We are working at different scales. So at the international, this project was at the international scale, but we are also sure that you always need to have a look at the regional and local scale, because there won't be one solution that fits for all. So it's really important to zoom in and look at the regional level. And moreover, we really think that it's important to not only bring different nations and their experience together, but also different sectors. So it's important to also have cross-sectoral cooperation, because both cross-sectoral and cross-national exchange offers the possibility to think out of the box, to break out of your existing patterns of thinking, break out of silo thinking, and come to new solutions. Yeah, and basically, we think that one important group of the transformation process regarding climate change, regarding water management, if you want to transform something, you need to bring in citizens, because there's really a huge potential for raising awareness, for having knowledge exchange, and for something that we all together discussed today, for continuing not talking about new innovations and talking about new solutions, but really implementing them. So for implementing solutions, and I think that we have the solutions, there are a lot of solutions out there, we learned about that today. So a lot of solutions are out there. Now we need to act, and now we need to change behavior and implement those solutions in the wider scale. And for that, we think that citizens are needed, because they are part of really a sustainable water supply concept. And overall, we came to the conclusion that we definitely should continue our dialogue across nation and across sectors, and that maybe will bring new ideas and good solutions. So thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think we can start with the panel immediately. So you don't have to go anywhere far, but rather take a seat here, and then we can start with the questions immediately. I would also like to ask my dear colleague Kristo Elias onto the stage, also Helin Haga and Rob Collins. So we have a full panel. I'm going to take a seat here then for a change. Why not? So welcome everyone. Let's talk about environmental education as the cornerstone of water management, and how can we learn from each other but also engage our audience into not only changing attitudes but also take action to preserve water and the environment. Kristo, perhaps we can start with you, because I only had about 2.5 hours with you in the car. I didn't manage to exhaust all the topics that are so interesting. What is your take on our very limited attention span these days? How can media ensure that water and environmental issues remain really at the forefront of public attention? Because, I mean, you need to make those topics click, right? In order for people to really understand that they're important. How do you do that?
Oh yeah, and we have a ride back to Tallinn. I can.
We will continue the discussion then.
Yeah, a lot of people, and I'm saying also that I have the most important, exciting work or job in the world, because I can tell the stories. But if I come to the story that I should tell about water management,
what an exciting story!
Exciting story. Then I'm a little bit worried, and when we got to be the partners in LIFE CleanEST, then I was really worried how to do a special edition, the long TV shows in every year, and also radio shows about. But the most, the more I read about it, I found the keys. For me and for the audience, and I'm a simple man, and I want to do the stories in a simple way. How does these subjects affect ordinary people? And I would like to tell a story like this also. Always think about the ordinary human being living in Estonia. How will he or she will be affected? And then find the clicks there. And if it's, we talk about sewage treatment, find the person who carries the sewage and talk with him. And he tells really good stories. Yep.
You've found the click, because I think these stories are seen by about 100,000 people. I haven't watched the ratings in detail, but your shows are really popular.
Yeah, they're primetime shows, and that's why we have to, our show, Ozone, has been on air about 30 years. We celebrated 30 years of air, and we are a primetime show, and we, because of that, we have to be really wide range audience show, and we have to keep it simple and not to be talking about only the project actions and so on. We have to keep it simple and talk with the child, the mother, and the scientist and the grandfather.
You see, I have a problem with Kristo, because his TV show is on prime time, but my new show is really late at night. And that's why, of course, that's the only reason why my show is less popular than Kristo's show.
Yep.
The only reason.
Yep.
Rob, I was Googling you, and I found an article on the BBC. The article was saying that the source of River Thames has dried up so much that there are no signs of aquatic life for 10 miles, experts say. And that expert, of course, Rob, was you. That sounded like the perfect story to get the audience's attention. River Thames, I believe, is as important to the British audience as Emajõgi in Estonia. So do these kinds of stories with a bit of a, I'm not saying a world-ending thematic written into them, are the ones that we need to get the attention to water management that is needed, or is this an extreme example?
It's a good question. I think my answer is a little bit yes and no. So I think standing in front of the camera, as the piece you alluded to, it's very powerful in the moment. You see that last summer, the Thames was really dried up for 15 kilometers or something. So it's very, very powerful visually, and in the moment you have however many tens of thousands of people watching. And that's all good. And we have actually this similar sort of focus on sewage as well in the UK. But I think the other part of it that's missing is that actually the solutions are often more complicated. They need more thought. They involve multiple stakeholders, multiple collaboration. I liked Francisca's triple helix point earlier about industry, business, but I think local communities, absolutely, academia, government. We're all part of the problem, all part of the solution. So I think that media attention can do no harm, but actually it needs to be sustained, or it needs to be analyzed in depth, I think, to really get to the solutions. They're never easy.
Francesca, in a world filled with information, how can we really ensure that the message of water conservation, that is often not like black and white, really gets through the noise and truly resonates with the audience?
Yeah, I would like to directly pick up what Rob said, because if you, as a starting point, have such a difficult and dangerous situation, which is really good for the news and the newspaper, but it isn't good for people, because if you have such a dangerous situation, what can you do as an individual? So we think that it is really important that people experience what they can do, and that is exactly what we're doing in our environmental education programs. So there you get the possibility, and that's not only for pupils but also for older students and for adults. People get the opportunity to really experience the situation. So for example, we have kind of a role play where people have to decide on water conflicts and water division. And so they really experience the complexity of the problem, and thereby raising or strengthening the awareness for this kind of problem. So they experience themselves that there is not black and white and one right solution, but that it is complex, and that you have to think of a lot of advantages, disadvantages, a lot of different stakeholders who have different demands on water. And so that is exactly what people can experience, and I think that's a good idea to already start with smaller people, with pupils, with the children, so that they really experience what they can do, but at the same time that it is really a complex problem, and that we have no simple solutions, but have to think of really good solution together.
Our attention span in these modern societies is getting shorter and shorter. How do you keep the attention of all people involved who need to create an understanding of complex questions? It seems to me, for my kids who watch YouTube and TikTok videos, it's becoming more and more difficult to keep their attention.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you have to go with it. So we experience really, or we have good experience with those social media platforms like YouTube, like social media. That's something we can also use for our interests and for our projects. So that's really a good way to present results from project. You really have to bring it to the point. You have, as you say, you have not so much time. People have only, they are used
20
to
20 seconds.
Yeah, 20-second videos. And that's what we're trying to do, and putting all our results into short videos. But at the same time, that's something where there's a lot of potential, because what I observe is that in a lot of research projects, often also EU or national funded EU projects, there's no explicit work package on communication measures. So that's something often left behind. So there's like the pilot, there are the results, a lot of analysis and mathematics, but at the end, what do you do with those results? You really have to communicate, and you have, at the beginning, when writing a proposal, you have to schedule this communication and dissemination package so that you have, in the end, also the time and the money to really do those communication measures, which need a lot of expertise. So not everybody can do such a 20-second video with all the key information.
Well, Helen, your colleague certainly got our attention with the bank. So you certainly know how to use this, and statistics from AHA shows that you're very popular, so congratulations.
Thank you.
But how do you see your responsibility in also inspiring action, like making people actually do things differently than before they perhaps visited your center? Because they will learn new things, but what will change afterwards? Do you have a responsibility in mobilizing people in environmental action as well?
Well, we see that we do, but of course the extent to which all of the people who do visit us, or the temporary exhibitions that we have elsewhere, or the events that we organize elsewhere, we don't really know how many of those people will actually take something with them or do something with this information. This is solely up to them to decide. However, this does not deter us to encourage them to actually change certain behaviors if we can. And one way that we really want to get under people's skin, so to speak, is to actually show them the experts who are working on certain issues, to create a personal connection with them, so that they can see that behind these actions that are going on, behind these different decisions, for example, the decision to clean out a certain area of a waterway, there are certain people, and those certain people do certain things, and it's an actual human being carrying out certain activities. So in that way, they see that it's not a policy, it's not something like a higher power deciding things, but
it's not
actually
a black box where something goes in and something else comes out.
Exactly. There are human beings involved, so which means that they can actually also participate in the process themselves by either being like certainly slightly passively, maybe observing it, or also actively asking questions, asking for clarifications, also maybe suggesting improvements to the actions being carried out.
How has that worked for you? I mean, how have students, young people who come to your center, how have they changed? How have you managed to activate them? It's difficult to measure it, I guess, but what's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that people are getting more and more handsy with things. So they expect in other places as well to be able to touch stuff. So when they go to museums and they say, and they, for instance, see things behind a glass or in a cabinet, they get very anxious because it's not impossible to touch it. Or sometimes it is possible to touch things, but they need permission to do that. So we see that people really want to get a hands-on feel of things. And if they don't get to do that, they don't necessarily want to return to that scene. So that's one of the things one of the reasons why we also have created these activity boxes in this project that the teachers can use. So there's a very hands-on activity describing, for instance, how to build a well or how to purify water, and it hopefully imprints on the brains of the students somehow and leaves behind certain knowledge about materials and things.
Well, Krista, we work in a traditional media, television. It's something that we are all used to. Hopefully it will still exist in 20 years. But I guess you've been also working hard to spread the message through modern digital channels. What are the innovative tools that you use to really engage your audience and also people who might not watch TV?
Yeah, we also have Instagram. I also use Instagram, and
You're an influencer.
I am influencer on TV also because I'm every week with 100,000 people. But I'm agreeing with Helen also, and I try to be handsy also. Like, for example, closed Aido Quarry, I went to swimming and I drank the water and I hiked there, but I always ask the questions from the experts. I don't oversimplify. This is a big issue to not oversimplify. That we always ask from the experts, but in terms of the new media, I try to do the cross media. I don't do the TV. Also, I do the radio articles in these subjects too. Today, I recorded 4 interviews here. Nobody noticed, but I recorded 4 interviews.
Nobody noticed Kristo was actually working here.
Working here, yeah. A journalist is always working, gathering information and speaking to people. I go to the schools, and also our primetime show is shown in the TV, the school nature programs, nature lessons. And this is
You're also an influencer in schools.
In schools also.
That's amazing.
And so we have to be on the picture everywhere, try to do, but it's like a 24/7 job. Yep.
Wow, cool. Rob, what do you make of new innovative approaches, how to spread the message? Are you also an influencer?
Pass. But I think there are innovative approaches. For example, in the UK, citizen science is really quite a big thing. So nowadays with field kits and mobile phones, you can go and be a scientist, and you can upload data in real time and put it onto a website. And that is important, I think, in that, that's innovative. That's having empowering people. Laura said earlier, she used the word empowerment. I think it's really important. So it's making people feel they're making a difference. So that's one way. And actually, there have been a couple of nice examples in the UK where citizen science has led to the regulators stepping in and making a difference and coming in, changing something. So that's quite a nice, innovative example. There are other means as well in the digital platforms and story maps and ways of illustrating things to the wider community that really we think make a difference too.
How can we better involve local governments and policymakers in really empowering them or supporting environmental education initiatives, especially, of course, those related to water management?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and if you have the answer, then let us know, because that's basically one challenge we observed in our project, that at the end you have a lot of interesting results, you have policy recommendation, you have policy briefs, and we always hear, and I think we hear today also by the major, that they don't have the time to read all those papers, to see all our videos, and to be part of our workshops. So that is really a challenge.
TikTok videos to mayors. A new format. Instagram posts only made for mayors and local municipalities. Just a new idea for you.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, after site visit and dinner, maybe we have some interesting concepts, new concepts. But yeah, basically what we observe at the side of local authorities is that they have the problem of a lack of resources. So it's not so much the money, because as we already heard today, there are a lot of funding opportunities, there's a lot of money out there, but it's lack of people and lack of time. So local authorities having the problem to get good staff and enough staff to manage those challenges and to be aware of all those information out there, and also to handle those intersectoral problems. So if you always have to work together with the other department and things like that, you really need a lot of time to coordinate, and you need people who are not only experts on water, but also on city management and bring those things together. And so, yeah, it's basically a problem of resources.
The challenges you are describing are challenges in Germany or challenges in the Baltics? Because they sound awfully familiar. I thought you're not struggling with that in Germany.
Yeah, it's a big problem in Germany, but in the course of our Boulder project, we also observed that it is a problem in the other regions too. And I think I already heard it today that there's problems of finding enough and well-educated staff. So I think it's probably a problem in all regions, but actually I cannot speak for the Baltic states, but only for Germany.
So how do you make this question heard in local municipalities, or this issue of water management? Anyone else want to reflect on that? Because we know how to engage with kids, we know how to engage with a TV audience, some of who is most likely a policymaker or a mayor in a local municipality. But how do you make water management a priority on local level politics? Rob, do you have an idea on that?
In England, we have an initiative that's been running for a few years now around collaborative water management. So I present on this in the workshop tomorrow, so I think some free advertising there. But
good.
The challenge is and we've established a network of more than 100 river catchment partnerships, public, private, civil society, including local authorities. So we're trying to engage them at a local scale around not only issues of water, but land and water management, flooding, water quality. So we have that framework. That's not to say it's easy, because the same situation, lack of time and resources and so on, but we have slowly one or two nice examples of where this collaboration is really working.
Krista, you obviously have interviewed a lot of mayors or city officials around Estonia. Do they acknowledge the priority of water management, or what's your feeling? Is there enough knowledge, and is it seen as a priority?
I think they are doing their everyday job and doing the everyday issues. What comes from the projects, what comes from the citizens, and what problems they have, what they have to tackle every day. But maybe they don't have this overall knowledge how to do it better, or how to get more money, or insert the projects there. But I remembered the way I am doing, maybe that the major watches and learns from that. I'm doing also storings from abroad, the knowledge and experiences from abroad. We went to for example, Denmark, and watched how they are doing their climate adaptation, water management, and showed the stories from there. And this is, even after 2 or 3 years, they're still talking about these stories, that we can learn from the other countries what flaws or what they have done there, and learn from them. So I think that learning from other experiences is also getting the knowledge.
So your international reporting has resonated for years in Estonia. And that's a great example on how to invest in journalism. Send journalists abroad, they will come back with stories that resonate for a long time. Yep. Dear audience, you have the perfect opportunity now to shape our conversation here and ask questions. So who wants to ask something? We have a question from our Belgian colleague over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I was thinking, a question that came up like in the course of the day, and I was like waiting for a perfect time. So now it is. No, the thing I was thinking about, talking about data and transparency and citizens engagement, all positive things. Don't get me wrong, but I was thinking about like how do we deal with the people who just won't be convinced, like who. Even more so, like even with all those projects seem like, oh, who could possibly be against more clean water, who are convinced that this sort of sinister plan to make us all poorer. I'm not exaggerating
but Donald
that.
Trump isn't here right now.
No, but I mean, but that's an extreme. The thing is, like, I'm always remembered this one person who for a year long kept calling our organization. Every week we had another proof that we're some sort of insidious organization. And it didn't matter how much data we gave him. It almost seemed to convince him even more we were nefarious. Now, it's easy to laugh at that one person and be like, oh, it's a crazy person, who cares? But then we saw in Belgium and the Netherlands, there were plans to reduce the impact of nitrates, which also came up in other projects. And that sparked like a really aggressive anti-movement. And we were also fueled by these paranoid insinuations. So my open question is basically, have anyone has come across such an aggressive anti-voice, and how do we deal with them? Should we try to convince them despite so much antagonism, or should we try to minimize their almost negative influence?
I mean, there's a whole movement, a political movement denying climate change, right? So in that movement, I guess it's difficult to argue that we should start also dealing with water somehow different. So your ideas, dear panelists, what do we do with people like that? Should we step in a dialogue? Should we ignore them? Can we convince them? Should we just have better facts and examples? Is it possible to convince them or not?
I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just trying to show them and trying to get the facts straight. And if the river is polluted, I try to show it. This is polluted. It's fact. You can't argue with that, but every person makes their own decisions. We, in our show, try to find the balance. We are not like ultra green, dark green nature protectors. The balance is everywhere. Everyone has to make their own decisions, and when to want to argue, please argue with the experts, not me. I'm just a mediator.
Rob, how do you address people who are convinced that what nature or what the environmental experts are saying is just completely bollocks?
I think with some people, probably you can't influence is the truth. But I think one thing environmental organizations, whoever that might be, are maybe not always very good at is explaining also economic consequences of a poor environment. And often there are economic consequences. And that could maybe help, if you can quantify that maybe help address some of those people. But I think some people you simply can't reach.
Should we just accept that?
I agree with Rob that probably there are some people you won't convince ever, but I think something I would like to add to this discussion is that it's important if you are trying to share your information and showing your information that you are aware of that every discipline, so if you are a climate change researcher or a water engineer, that you are talking your kind of own language and that not everyone understands that language language in a sense that you are an expert on that topic. And I was once part of a project working on water governance at the together with water and agricultural sector, and that was a good example because we were all experts. So on the one hand, water experts, and the other hand, agricultural experts, and we really tried. We tried to do a workshop and talking to each other and trying to understand each other. But nevertheless, although we tried to really find the right words, the right language, and in a sense translate our concepts, our vocabulary to the agricultural perspective, although it was really complicated, so it isn't easy, and you always have to have in mind that you really need to translate in a sense.
Difficult concepts need really translations quite often. And I think this is something that me and Kristo, in our TV programs, one of which is more popular than the other, are trying to achieve, is to make difficult, complex issues understandable. But Helene, do you have an idea on what to do with people who perhaps aggressively disagree?
Well, I personally believe that you cannot convince everyone, but I also personally very strongly believe that the voice of the climate change deniers should not be the loudest one, because that kind of leaves the impression that the people who actually know what's going on or are in the middle of actually solving the crisis kind of let it slide a little bit and let it just be there, let the information just stay in their offices rather than just sharing it, maybe neutrally, maybe not so neutrally. Sometimes you need to do it passionately as well. But it is, I think, high time to just step away from the ignoring tactics and just move forward with a little bit more active approach and try to speak up so that people who are impressionable, like children, for instance, are not left with the opinion or even the choice of either choosing to believe in climate change or not, because there seems to be like an equal status to both of them, which we in this room hopefully all know is not the case.
Yeah, you can either be a climate extremist or you can believe that climate change isn't real. It's two equal choices, right?
Yeah.
Any more questions from the audience? I would like to hear more of your opinions, questions. Go ahead. Can we also get a microphone here so people in our web stream can also hear us? The mic is here. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the I was one of the ones who was interviewed by Kristo. So we were discussing that that we have lack of people who are great leaders and examples. Is it from water management companies or from the youngsters who like really tell about reusage of water, tell how important the water resource is, talk about innovative solutions. We don't have in Estonia actually any leader in this field to youngsters and also my mother to look up on. So my question is maybe from guests abroad, do you have in your regional level or government level any good leader or person, bright person who is telling about people about water management, how we should approach, nudging them all the time. So that's my question. Do you have any good leadership in there from different levels?
Do you want to start?
We do in these river catchment partnerships I mentioned. The best of them are led by really good people. But how you create those really good people is a different question. Something we try and address, because at the other end of the spectrum, the not so good ones, you haven't got that powerful voice. So we see how important that leadership is.
So these are like local activists more who spoke out or?
It could be, or it could be people who understand the science and can communicate it and understand how to communicate with a government official and someone in the local community, someone in the local business. They understand this and are very skilled in this way.
Thank you. And
yeah, interesting questions. I cannot think of kind of a public person standing for water management in our region, but I think that what is crucial is that we have a lot of more or less big projects in our regions, bringing, as you pointed out, those triple helix actors together, so from all industry, private, public actors. And in those projects, you always have kind of people engaging for the topic, and those people do not only work in those projects, but they have a kind of everyday lives, they have their daily business in local authority or in a company, so they have kind of a dissemination role, which is quite important to kind of spread our water management topics and our vision into different organizations and into the public. So it's not about one person, but it's about results, and then the results are disseminated in the region.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just that we're talking about education that I think we are in need of course, these projects will bring it out, but in need of some, I don't know which of the TV shows is showing it, but there is this good example who is the person who is leading in this field, and some 8-year-old boy or girl is watching. I want to preserve water resources for future, so we have to have people who make this feeling that, and that's also part of the future labor force or talents as well. But thank you.
Well, I'm looking up to Christoph.
No, we have to search a water guy or water man.
The environment man, Christoph, from Ozon.
I have also birds, bees, and mammals.
Multitasking, juggling with all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid this is all we have time for. I'm very precise in keeping time, and I saw the counter clicking to 0. So an applause to the panel. Thank you very much. So, but it doesn't mean that the conference is over. Far from it. You have a full day ahead of you tomorrow in the outdoors mostly. But before we get to the concluding remarks, I would like to ask Siret or Karin to help me a bit with the awards. Or we'll do the awards later. Everything is in constant change. Thank you, dear panelists. You can leave. We have time for some concluding remarks. Karin Groon from the Water Department, Estonian Ministry of Climate, Water Department Manager, will tell us a few things what she has picked up today and what you all should pick up. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's right to say good afternoon or good evening, but I know how it would be in Japan. In Japan, you look out from the window, and if it's dark, then you say good evening. But if it's still light out there, then you say good afternoon. So I keep it this way as it is in Japan and say good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, I believe that all people here in this room today are people who care about water, people who want that our future generations would have enough water for drinking, water for environment, for ecosystem, and also water for economical development. And as we have seen here, different presentations and panel discussions, we see that we have a lot of challenges in water sector. And if we look into Estonia,
then one example is the status of water bodies. We see barely any improvement of water bodies, even though we have implemented 2 cycles of river basin management plans and already now implementing the 3rd cycle of river basin management plans. That makes 15 years, and we still see no improvement. That's a problem. Why we don't see the improvement? And here I'm being a bit trivial and say something that has been said already several times today. The main problem is resources. And if I'm talking about resources, I'm not talking only about money. I'm talking about resources in a lot wider scope. Of course, we don't have enough money, but we don't also have enough human resources. We don't have knowledge. Also, we don't have enough digital knowledge that was discussed today. But the same problem is actually everywhere when we look around. The water is not exception. However, I have to admit, when we look the environmental sector as a big circle, then we can see and hear a lot about climate change, energy efficiency, circular economy. We hear far less about water. And that is a problem. And I'm not saying that climate change is not an important issue. It is, absolutely. We have to deal with it deeply. However, as regards water, this situation makes our challenge even bigger. Because if we don't hear the word water enough or loud enough, it makes water invisible. And probably you all know that in United Nations, each year, in 22nd of March, the Water Day, World Water Day is celebrated. And on 2022, the World Water Day was dedicated for groundwater. And the slogan of it was, "Make the invisible visible." And I love this slogan. And I'm borrowing it today for this conference. And in my mind, it's not only the issue of groundwater, it's also issue of surface water. Maybe not so directly as groundwater, because it's below the soil and it's not practically visible. But also, if we're talking about surface water, it's the water bodies there. The water flows. We actually don't know if there is a living ecosystem in it. And if there is, if the ecosystem well or ill, we don't know it. And so quite often the problems related to surface water also remain invisible. And as regards today's conference, I also noticed that from the first session, Mr. Tör Kroll from Water for Europe as Director General, I think he was, he also mentioned that on European level, the water is overlooked. So this is not only my impression, but others are feeling the same thing. But let's not be so pessimistic. Today we discussed how actually modernizing, digitalizing water management could help us, how raising awareness, how delivering the information could help us. We should not miss this opportunity. This is very important. And final words. Today, our conference will not end. We will continue tomorrow. And what is important that tomorrow we will actually discuss more practical issues. And for that, I wish you very fruitful and innovative ideas. And thank you for today's contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karin. Well, some would say we simply need to make water great again. But that phrase has already been used and probably worn out. But who knows, it might come back next November. Dear friends, we still have a very important thing we need to address, and this is our Scavenger Hunt Awards. And Siret is here to announce the lucky winners. Siret, go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you first for participating today, and I hope you had some new knowledge you can take home. And I chose 3 winners through luck. So the first winner is Kadi Künnapuu. So you can come here. Sorry. She brings the bag. I forgot them, sorry. The second winner is Teis Triguna. No? Okay, if Teis is not here, we give the person who is here. Vanessa Maria Vella. Okay, so is here Kadri Normak? Yeah, okay, amazing. And of course, we couldn't have done this conference without our presenters, without our moderator, our panelists. So we have small presents for everyone who contribute. So first, let's big applause to our moderator, Johannes. Then I would ask here Kaupo Läänerand, who is our Deputy Secretary General Mayor. Thank you. Also, Prabhu, thank you for giving so much information about digital innovation. And Sulev Tõkke, thank you so much for your project. Then from session 2 presenters, Tanel Oppi, thank you. Eriko Sankranius, thank you very much. And Toomas Sellis. Also, I would like to invite here Francisca Mergans for giving us very thorough presentation about Balta Aqua project. And our panelist, Rivo Uipobin. Thank you very much. I have to ask here again Sulev, because Sulev is such a big man, so he contributes in many places. And also, I think Irina is not here right now, so I will ask again Tanel, please come here. And also, Kristo Elias, can you please come here? Thank you. Helin Haga, I think she went already with her child. Rob Collins, and of course, Francisca again. And I want to also thank our second moderator, Vahur Tarkmees, for giving a session about finance. It's a very hard topic, so thank you very much. And last but not least, Karin Kroon, thank you for the final conclusion. Okay, Thank you very much. It's everything by my part.
Thank you very much. This is how every conference should end, with awarding everyone who had the courage to come on stage and spread their word and opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to join us to a site visit here in Narva. The site visit actually begins here, from this hall at 6 o'clock. So in about an hour, should you want to go to the hotel in between, then please return to this place here at 6 o'clock. And then there's going to be a joint dinner starting at 7:30. Now, as you already know, tomorrow is filled with workshops and a captivating field trip. We've curated 4 compelling workshops that cover topics ranging from exploring nature-based solutions in water management to addressing problematic dams and raising environmental awareness. You have a full program ahead of you tomorrow. The day concludes with a journey back to Tallinn, offering a chance, of course, for all of you to reflect and connect with fellow attendees. But should you leave the conference today, like some of you maybe have to, please leave your conference name tag, the thing that is that has your name written on it, where you picked it up from, because it's possible then to reuse it. Good for the environment, probably saves a lot of water. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first day of the conference. Thank you so much for your active participation. I hope you feel as inspired as I do. And have an excellent evening and a good day ahead of you tomorrow. Thank you very much.